Alright, it says I'm live, but it also says it's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. So, sorry about that right away, off the bat. Hello, The Batch. Good to see you. I will be going into detail answering your question in this live stream. So I went over to MCToon was doing a debate, and I actually just tuned in for the after show, I guess it was, and some conversation going in the chat inspired me to do a live stream tonight, because I make a simple point, a very simple point, and it's actually something that I do believe that no one should argue with, because it's apparent to everyone in the same way that it's apparent to me. It's an experience that we all have in our lives, that the stars move in the night sky. They're moving. They go in a circle. They go, the whole sky turns. The whole sky's moving. First of all, it shouldn't be something that anyone argues with, because the stars move. Everybody knows that the stars move. Everybody knows that the constellations move throughout the year. Right now, in Minnesota, you can look to the east where the stars rise, and you can, right on the horizon, right about now, maybe a little bit above the horizon, you can see Jupiter and Saturn, or Jupiter, I'll just say. Now, as the night goes on, I will be able to watch Jupiter go from the horizon, and by definition, it will move across the sky. This is simple. So that's why I say I'm making a simple point. The stars each night go on their courses, and anybody that wants to observe them can just look up at the sky at different times, and you can see them moving across the sky. That's what's playing on the screen right now, is some star trails. Now, one fact about this photography is that when I took this time-lapse video of the stars, I didn't move my camera. The camera was in one spot, not moving. So it's quite simple to to come up to the conclusion that the stars are moving each night. And I'll tell you what, they're moving over your house right now. It's just part of life. It's part of reality. It's part of living on the earth. Now, I'm actually trying to open some things. When I was going to do the live stream, and then I came down to my computer and it was off. So I was like, uh-oh, thinking that it was doing some kind of update or whatever. But everything seems to be working, and I am trying to get over to MCToon's show so I can go through the chat just a little bit. We probably won't be able to actually go back in the chat while he's still live, so I don't know how long he'll be live. But I just want to see, yeah, he's got a lot of people in there, so I can't even see any of my comments in the chat when I go all the way to the top. But we will look into those in a minute. So, excuse me. I'm going to talk with the chat here. The Batch is someone that was over at MCToon's channel, and we were kind of conversing back and forth, and there was actually a lot of comments directed at me, and I honestly didn't even get a chance to go read all of them, and that's partially why I'm doing this stream, because I want to look through all those and, you know, talk about them. But let's just see here. By the way, welcome Tylox1 and Yazchild and The Batch and anyone else that's here. Monica Scamoni, good to see you. So the batch says, I don't know anything about Effed Up World's subscriber base. I know him from his debates with FTFE and MCToon. From what I can tell, he's a really nice guy that I very much disagree with, so I have no intention to be rude or mean or anything like that. You rock, the batch. I don't think that people that are in disagreement with each other should be against each other. So I think we're on the same page there, and thank you for that. The batch says, I understand, Effed Up World, that you have a vastly different understanding on the universe than most people, including other flat earthers, and I respect your beliefs. Thank you. I respect yours too. I'm just trying to understand why you think that you can't determine whether or not the Earth is moving the same you could if a plane or car is moving. Well, I think I'll answer that right now. If I was in a moving train and I was blindfolded and I didn't have any knowledge of getting onto the train and the train was moving, but it was a smooth ride, so there wasn't like a bunch of bumps or something, I would probably not know that I'm moving in that train. And I know that that's kind of the point that you're trying, you would like me to understand, is that, yeah, you wouldn't know that you're moving. So I think we agree on that. You wouldn't have a way to know that you're moving unless you were accelerating or decelerating or turning, or you'd have to have some kind of force acting on your body to know that you were moving or turning. So I understand. I'm just being straight up honest. I understand what your point you're making there. And forgive me if I understanding this wrong. But you're saying if we're on the Earth and conservation momentum is a thing, and we are rotating with the Earth, we would not be able to feel it or be able to tell with our body that it was moving. I agree. I totally agree. But there's one point that I will make, and it's a very simple point, and I say this all the time. It's simple, but it's valid. It has meaning to it. We do make an observation. We make a specific observation every day. You're making it right now. If I point it out, if you look at the ground where you live, you have never seen that move. In fact, you've counted on it being solid and not ever moving. That's what you've counted on. Okay? So the world you live in, the ground doesn't appear to move. It doesn't give you any sign that it moves. And for the batch for your point that you're making, if the Earth was turning and if it was a sphere and it was turning with conservation of momentum and with the heliocentric idea, we wouldn't necessarily feel the Earth turning. We actually we would feel a stationary Earth. And that is the point that I'm making, is that we do observe a stationary Earth. Every one of us. Okay? Now that's not saying that it couldn't be turning. I'm saying we observe a stationary Earth. Every day when we wake up and every day when we go to bed, we're going to bed on a bed that's not moving. It's not rotating. It's not changing trajectory or anything. It's just sitting in one spot. And the same goes for my star trail photography. The camera is simply pointed up at Polaris. That's it. Everything else that's happening in this moving image, now I put that little turning arrow on there. That's my addition. But everything that's moving in the image is moving because it's moving. Then the point I would make is we live on the Earth, and for your whole life, if you go out at night, you're going to see the stars moving. That's just a part of reality that in this world we live in. Now, actually, let me go back to these comments. I kind of got off for a little bit there. The Batch says, I'm just trying to understand why you think that you can't... Okay, I already read that one. If you think it's because the Earth is just fundamentally different, then okay, I can't really argue with that because it's your belief and at least sort of consistent. That's what I'm trying to get at with my questions in Toon's chat. Okay, sorry, I'm way behind in the comments here. Okay, here's why we argue with it. The stars and planets appear to move. We're in agreement there. They appear to move. Yeah, the Batch. I remember when I met you. I don't know if it was on FTFE's channel or where it was, but I was. You left an impression on me that I have a good amount of respect for you. Just the way that you've handled talking with me over, a few months or whatever. So thank you for that. I appreciate the genuine. I appreciate anyone that is genuine in their comments and conversation. So thank you. Monica Scamoni S brings up a interesting subject. Good to see you. God bless. Have a lot to think about. The bottomless pit. Yes, that's a scary subject in this time we live in. There is a bottomless pit of darkness, and it's actually space. Everything that goes there is perpetually free falling. It's bottomless. There is no bottom. You just go sideways until forever. Let's see. The Batch says, yes, and I was fairly sure you understood that. You're not stupid, LOL. Okay, that explanation makes sense. Chemtrail Cowboy, good to see you. Good evening, all. The Batch says, it's definitely your wording that is causing the issues with us globies. Globe heads! I gotta show you that. Hold on. We gotta have some fun here. I gotta pull something up in the in a video that I pulled off of a live stream. Probably doesn't matter if you know who David Carrico is, but if you do, it'll be even funnier. He is on. Is this the right one? Yeah. He's on a channel called Now You See TV with John Pounders, and they do something called the Midnight Ride every week, and it's like mostly like scripture study or Bible study, and they talk about a lot of the same subjects that I seem to be interested in, but David Carrico is hilarious, and so I'm going to play this really quick here, just because you said us globies.
For listeners probably don't understand when you say globers,
right? But
John means globe heads. Don't.
I thought that was great. So back to the comments. So my wording might be causing the issues. He's saying. Monica says, I do not doubt the stationary Earth anymore. No way. The Batch says, I try to be a decent person. Well, good. And I can tell. Because the Batch, you can see the different kinds of comments going back and forth in those chats. And it's funny because, I mean, I don't know how many times I get called an idiot and a moron or whatever. But I just laugh it off because the people that are saying that, like, what was it, Cyph K or something, CYPHDK or something like that. I've talked with him a couple times, and he just doesn't seem to grasp what I'm actually saying. Because what I'm actually saying, he would agree with. Here's the example. Okay, let's pretend that we're on a spinning globe, and we're spinning once every 24 hours, and that's how we get our day and night, because the sun is over there, and it lights up half the globe Earth. Okay, let's pretend that. If you are throwing a baseball on the Earth, do you have to consider that it would be rotating? Would it make a difference to anyone if if you're driving your car, are you going to know that it's rotating, or would it even matter if it was rotating? Would it be any different than if it wasn't? No, because for all purposes, the Earth is stationary to the people living on it. And I think the Batch, you'd probably agree with that. The atmosphere on the globe Earth is moving with the rotation of the globe Earth. So if you live on the Earth, you're not going to experience that rotation. You're going to experience a stationary atmosphere, and that's why helicopters they hover up and down. They don't have to worry about the Earth rotating beneath them, because for all purposes that we can do anything we can do on the Earth, it's stationary. And that's why these documents come up, these NASA documents that say, that they're figuring their ballistic trajectories or whatever, all these different documents that come up that say flat and stationary Earth or non-rotating Earth. It's because that's what we experience. We experience an Earth that's not rotating. Whether it's rotating from the outside, if you go up in the stars and you look at the Earth, maybe it's rotating. But for where we live, we don't experience it rotating. We don't experience actually what we do experience is the sky rotating. Let me get another video here that I have. I quickly tried to grab some of these videos, and I didn't get them all, but there was a few little things I wanted to play. First of all, let's look at some of my telescopes in the background here. Okay, just for example, it's a K&N. That's a sticker I put on there for fun. And yeah, the batch, you're right, not all purposes, but for the average person probably, and almost everything. There would be, if the Earth was rotating, the Coriolis effect, which is something that is hardly detectable anyway. But I have no argument for the Coriolis effect. I don't really know. I think what it is that all these devices and these apparatus for measuring this rotation, I think is all just error. It's just error. A gyroscope that we put on an airplane or whatever, a ring laser gyroscope, if it picks up 15 degree per hour of drift or of rotation, I think there's many other answers to why that happens than the Earth turning. Let's see here, and I'm not forgetting the chat here. Let's see here. I like that what the batch is saying. I think the batch is kind of like one of my new friends here. One of my new globe friends. Let's see here. The batch says, your willingness to tease us and to take the teasing back is one of my favorite things about you. Good. Because I think we should be like that. We should be having fun. And whether or not something gets accomplished, like if I'm not the batch, you're probably going to live on a globe, and I'm probably going to live on a flat Earth. Because I doubt I'm going to change your mind. And I know you're not going to change my mind. So it doesn't make it pointless for us to have conversation, though. So, yeah, I appreciate that. You're the only flat earthers who makes jokes about globers that I've actually laughed at. Welcome, Arakel Toros. Society already thinks we are crazy. Learn to keep quiet. We know it is what it is. We'll live and see. Monica says, to call someone stupid because he has a different point of view is stupid. I would agree. That's kind of like, it kind of ruins the whole point of someone being smart or stupid, right? Eric El Toro says, A Plane Truth 11 placed a share of another good combination of this plane. They say it out loud. All Neil deGrasse Tyson's magic. Monica says, I observe and photograph the sky since 2013, and that teaches me a lot. Me too. Definitely learned a lot from taking my camera outside and doing some photography of the sky. The Bat says, I'm not the right person to debate you on this, but there are many instances in which rotation needs to be accounted for. I'm sure Toon and FTFT have told you about it. I actually debated, his name was Fullhammer. Nice guy. I debated him on Irish Demon's channel not too long ago. And I thought we had a good conversation. He did bring up Coriolis. He actually is a competition. I don't know exactly, but he shoots like rifles with scopes and stuff for a competition, I think. Or maybe for a living. I can't, one or the other, but he had some pretty sweet equipment, and he actually had a scope. It was like basically like a you know, a scope you'd see on a gun, but it was like more like a camera. But it actually had accelerometers in it and all these different instruments and a little computer inside this scope that actually figured for Coriolis. And he was explaining that to me. I'm not going to lie and say I grasped all of it, but I will be honest and say that when you go buy a $5,000 or whatever it costs scope for your gun and it has all these features, there's a reason why it has all these features. So I'm not going to say that, oh, that's just stupid. You know what I mean? I just can't say that I understand it all. But this telescope that's on the screen here, let's get a better view of it. It's a Meade ETX 120. And it's actually a quite small telescope, but it's really nice. There's my cat. So on this scope, I just want to get a better view so you can see it. Okay. Whoops. Oh, sorry. Okay, perfect. Okay, right here, you can see that there's the up and down axis. That's what this circle part is right here. So that it can tip up and down. And then down at the base, down here, you can see that it turns. So it has two axes of movement, or two axes. Well, how do you say that? Axes? So it can move up and down and move left and right. It has two motors in it. Okay? Now, the way I have this sitting right now, it is just being used as just a regular telescope, as if it was just sitting on a table or something. I'm not using the equatorial mount feature of this tripod thing that I have in this video. But so if I was to point this telescope at Jupiter tonight, if I didn't turn the motors on, this is a simple thing, but it is a part of reality that we live in. If I put my camera on there and I hit record and I didn't turn the motors on, anyone in the chat, can you tell me what I would expect to see in the camera? Would I see the stars moving across the viewfinder or across the video that I take with the camera? Of course I would. Because the tracking motors wouldn't be on if I left them off. So it's just sitting still. The stars will move across the viewfinder. Okay, that's one reason why I know that the stars are moving. Okay, and I'll get to the argument of how do we know that it's the stars moving and not the Earth. I'll get to that after this. But I want to explain. Hey, Sean Hawkins is here. What's up? I want to explain an important observation and an important experiment that we can do with a telescope or a mount that moves. The tracking motors are put into this Ooh, Sean Hawkins, good question. Sean says, what do you align an EQ mount to? Very good question. I will go over that shortly. I won't forget. And why? I will not forget. I live in Minnesota, so actually I'll probably kind of talk about that right now too. If I take the base of this telescope, let's see if I can, I don't know if I really have a video of it. I can tip that base of that telescope to tip, like if I tip it to 45 degrees so that the whole telescope is sitting at 45 degrees. In Minnesota here, that's where Polaris is. It's at 45 degrees. And all the stars in the sky, both in the northern and the southern hemisphere, all circle the same direction around Polaris. Or we could say that they all circle around the Southern Cross. It would be the same thing for me to say that. And they all go the same direction. Now, I know a lot of people will say, no, that's not true. They go opposite directions. Well, it's actually that they go the same direction, and that you're looking north, you're going to see them going counterclockwise. If you turn yourself around and you look south, now you're looking the opposite direction. So you best understand that you will expect to see them rotating in a different, the opposite way, because you turned around. They're still all rising in the east and setting in the west. That doesn't change southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere. So the EQ mount that I have, I actually made one, and I purchased one. And I actually like the one that I made even better. But I built it at 45 degrees, and I mount my camera or telescope or whatever I want onto it. And with one motor, not two tracking motors, just one motor, one axis, it will follow any object in the night sky by pointing it at one of those centers of rotation. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you're going to have to look south in order to see a point of rotation. I mean, axis of rotation. If you're at the equator and you look north, you're going to see. Maybe I can play a video of it. Let me see if I can find it while I'm saying. You're going to see Polaris just about on the horizon, if you can even see it. Let me see here. I'm trying to find what it looks like from the equator. I don't know if I have that right here. But either way, what happens is, it could be here. Hold on a minute. I really want to find it. I do have some interesting things to play. You guys might get to see FTFE and MCToon here, even, in this live stream. Sean Hawkins says, we know it's the Earth that moves because star trails aren't oval. That doesn't make sense to me. The stars, they aren't attached like to a plate in the sky. It's different than that. Like if they were attached to a plate in the sky, you would have to stand at the center of rotation to get a circle. So I understand your point, Sean. But that point doesn't really hold much water because we're talking about the sky. We're talking about the stars in the sky. They do circles everywhere on Earth. So I don't think they'll ever do ovals. And I don't think that they're not like mounted solid onto a you know what I'm saying, like the dome isn't spinning one direction. It's a lot more complicated than that. That's why we have a southern point of center of rotation. But it all works very well on a flat Earth, because that's how I understand it. So let's hear. I want to pause for a second and go to some of these comments just to welcome everyone, by the way. Thank you for hanging out. The Batch says, can I go back the point from earlier? You said that it's possible the Earth could be rotating. and you acknowledge that you can't tell if you're moving at a constant velocity, then why are you certain? I'm certain because I make an observation of the Earth not rotating. So the difference here is that if you're thinking that you're living on a globe that's rotating, you don't observe that. You don't make that observation. You don't have an observation. Because actually you're arguing with your observation. Do you get what I'm saying? If you're thinking the Earth is spinning, it's for other reasons. The only reason is not because of observation. It's because of some other reason. And I'm telling you that I make an observation. I have observation on my side. I make an observation of it not rotating every day, all day long. And in fact, you do too. So we do have an observation of it not rotating. We don't have an observation of it rotating. Get what I'm saying? And I know there's measurements and there's all these things, but I think those are all done in error. An example would be the ring laser gyroscope. If it's picking up 15 degrees per hour, it's quite interesting to me that the stars in the sky happen to move 15 degrees per hour, and they are made of light. And what does a ring laser gyroscope measure? It measures light. So maybe the light is moving at 15 degrees per hour. And there's all these people saying, see, we got proof that the Earth is rotating 15. No, you don't. You have a gyroscope that picks up drift. That's what you have. To say that it's because of something, you'd have to be more consistent in my point of view. You'd have to be more consistent. You're going to tell me that I make an observation that the Earth is stationary and that the ground never moved for my whole 43 years. It's never moved. You're going to say that observation is worthless because you have a ring laser gyroscope and you don't even have one. You don't even have a ring laser gyroscope. You just heard that somebody picked up 50, thanks, Bob. You know what I'm saying? You don't have a gyroscope. Show me the readout. Show me the measurement right now. You can't. You don't have one. So what I'm saying is I have an observation that I make daily of the Earth not moving. So that's part of science. Let's see here. I can't find that Star Trails video. So I'm kind of all over the place. Sorry, guys. Let's see here. Sean says it's simple geometry. No, it doesn't work on a flat Earth. I've proven this also. Sean, I think the assumption you're making right now is that you know the shape or the whatever of the flat Earth. Like you have this map or model in your mind that is not in my mind. So I don't. That's where simple geometry. The world doesn't change for you because you think it's a globe. We observe the same thing, okay? If you go point your telescope if you're in the north and you point it at Polaris, you're going to see circles too. You're not going to see ovals or ellipses or anything. You're going to see circles. That's the nature of the sky. So okay, here we go. The batch says, right, but you don't observe that you're moving in the car, train, or plane. Exactly. You don't observe that you're moving. But if you were on a train or a plane or whatever, you wouldn't be able to say, I'm observing this train not moving, right? I mean, if you're blindfolded and there was no windows and there was no motion at all that your body could tell, you could say, yeah, it doesn't appear to be moving, but the fact is that your situation, the hypothetical situation is that it is moving. The car's moving or the train's moving, and that's so. To me, it's not a relevant. I don't know, not argument, but not a relevant point to make. If I go on a train and it's a really smooth train, but it's moving, it's a smooth train that's moving, and I understand that we wouldn't feel it moving. But it has nothing to do with the Earth. The Earth is where we live, and the sky is above it, you know? I don't think that there's... I really don't think that there's a mystery there, to be honest. Let's see here. The batch says that's how ring laser gyros work. They don't detect anything outside. Yeah, they detect light. They detect light. They send light around and divide it and meets back again. And as it turns, it'll get a different measurement for the forward and the behind. So it's a simple instrument, but very complex too. I'm not saying it's simple in that way, but what I'm saying is it's simple what it's doing. That's why planes had like planes would have them, so you could as you turn, you can get very precise measurements of your movement. So then, and that's another thing about a ring laser gyroscope, is it designed to be working over like a 24-hour period for a measurement, or is it designed for instant motions like in a plane? Maybe that's something I don't know. I'm asking that question, so I don't know. Let's see here. The batch makes a good point. You don't stop at the observation. And what I would say to that, what I would oppose that with, is you don't throw away the observation. You don't come to the conclusion that the opposite of the observation must be the truth, because that's what I see you guys doing. When the Earth that we live on doesn't move under us, and that's proved by the globe too, because if you're on a globe and you're spinning with a spinning atmosphere, you're living on a spinning atmosphere that's not moving, because the ground beneath your feet is also spinning. So the whole thing is spinning, but it's not, because you live there. So it's stationary, whether it's a globe or whether it's flat, but it's only for other parts of the heliocentric model that it must be moving, or that the Earth must be turning. One of those being day and night, which is another thing that is something I've learned in the last few years. How does that work on a flat Earth? We have guys like MCToon do the math, and they'll say, well, if no matter what, the sun would always be visible in the sky. And they say it's a positive, it's more than 0 degrees. It's above the horizon. But what they're not considering is that your neighbor's house is way above that percentage of where the sun is when it's setting. The trees, your neighbor's fence, the mountain in the next town over. There are so many things that are taller than you that are blocking you from seeing the sun, that angle needs, like MCToon makes it sound like that angle, you can't mess with that angle. It's always going to be there. The sun's always going to be in the sky, but it gets covered up by almost anything because that angle is so small. Anything that, like, the trees a mile from you are way higher than that small angle that Toon is talking about. Okay? And I want to actually talk to him about that math so that I can point that out. Because, like, I'm just going to try to think of an example. If you were a mile away from what would be a good example? I'm trying to think of something that would work. Something that's a few hundred feet tall. Okay, if you're a mile away from it, you'll be able to see it. But what happens if your neighbor builds a 7-foot high fence? Now you can't see it. But it's a few hundred feet tall. I should be able to see it. No, because the 7-foot high fence is blocking you from seeing anything that's that tall. Do you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean that that's something I want to talk to MCToon about. That angle that he likes to talk about is hidden by just about anything on the ground that's taller than you. Okay? Because you can't see past things that are taller than you if they're in your way. That's simple. Let me do this. Because there's a lot of comments here. I want to see, is Toon still going? I doubt he is, but let me see. History. Looks like he's still live, I think. Yep, he's still live. So I won't be able to see my comments. There was a lot of comments in the chat directed at me. And a lot of them are genuine and a lot of them aren't. Sean Hawkins actually asked me about a challenge, like to see whether I didn't really understand the challenge actually, Sean. Maybe you can explain it a little bit different. It didn't seem like a challenge to me. I'm in Minnesota, and just part of reality is that when I point my camera at 45 degrees, that's where Polaris is. If I go south, Polaris gets lower in the sky. If I go north, it goes higher in the sky. Just like anything in the sky. If a plane's flying away from you, it's in the air, it's going to appear to you to be going down towards the horizon. And the same is the opposite. If something's coming at you that's up in the air, it will appear to... I lost my train of thought there because I started thinking of the opposite. And like if you're throwing a bowling ball, it will appear to go up towards the horizon as it's going away from you because it's on the ground. This is how we see, but there's that horizon or whatever we call it, that vanishing point or whatever, that line where the sky appears to meet the ground. Everybody experiences that, and anytime something's going towards that line away from you in the sky, it's going to be going down towards that line. This is pretty simple. Let's see here. Yeah, MCToon is hardcore. He was on a couple times today. So let's see here. I'm going to check the comments a little bit more. Sean says, are you trying to convince us or yourself? If you're trying to convince us, we know better. Sean, I hate to tell you, but you are in error, my friend. And I don't say that to say that I'm right. I say that simply to point out that when you observe something and you believe the opposite of that, do you know what that's called? That's called delusion. That's what that word means. It's when you see, when a part of reality that you experience and you observe and perceive, and you don't believe it, you believe something other than that reality, then that's what delusion is. Okay? To be confused. Okay? Don't be confused, Sean. And I'm not they were asking me in Toon's chat, what physics degree or what physics education do you have? And I'm like, I don't need physics education to point out the most simple thing. And that simple thing is that the stars move. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that you can't see the same constellations throughout the year, can you? They change. They move in the night sky all throughout the year. And actually, let me share a little bit about that. Proper motion, diurnal motion. You guys know what this all means? The apparent motion of the celestial objects in the sky over the earth. It's motion. Okay? Now, if you lived on one of those stars, which you don't, but if you did, it just might appear to you like the earth was rotating. This is something I think we can both agree on. If you lived on the moon, it might just appear that the earth was turning. But you don't live on the moon. You live on the Earth. So where you're experiencing and perceiving anything is from the Earth. So it's relative to the Earth, relative to you and your body where you're doing this perceiving from and observing from. Sorry about the video playing over and over again. I'll find something else here. I do have some kind of funny ones. A few funny things that I want to talk about too. Let's see. I kind of am tempted right now to play. I'm going to do it. I'm going to play a video. I don't remember what I called it, but it's got MCToon in it. Or, well, sort of. I did a little fun CGI graphic stuff. And it's got FTFE in it. And I talk about those guys a little bit, and it's the same subject that we're talking about right now. So let's watch that, and I'll try to get my thoughts together and look at some of these comments and comment about it. I have been debating Earth's rotation on YouTube recently, and it's making me think of something in a different way than I have before. There's another way to understand the physics in that place that they call space. Okay, I'm gonna pause that video. We'll come back to it because I saw in the chat you guys are talking about sunset. And on a flat Earth. How does that happen? Well, here's one way that I observed myself with my drone, something that I didn't expect to see of what happens when the sun is actually what we call setting or going down. Sometimes it doesn't go down, and sometimes it actually sets with the bottom side disappearing first while it's up in the air. Did you ever think of that? I never thought of it till I saw it from my drone footage. Check this out. Oh, hold on. Wrong video. I got that video with sound. That was without sound. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's try this one. Let's talk about the sun. How does the sun set on flat Earth? Does it make any sense? Well, to me it does, and I want to show you one way to understand it. Doesn't mean the sun sets this way every time, because weather is always different and the air is always a different condition, and it's unpredictable. But on clear days, we notice certain things. And on days that aren't as clear, we notice other things. And this is just going to show you a way to understand it that may be different from what you understand on a globe. Watch this video, and I think you will be able to see something happening that you might not have thought about before. But the sun is being blocked out by the thick air near the ground when it is far enough away. And the light doesn't end up making it through all the air which we can see here. Notice how the sun appears to stop going down towards the horizon when it gets there. Hey, The Batch, thanks for coming over and hanging out. Definitely, maybe we should have a chat sometime. It'd be fun. I'm usually pretty open to whatever kind of conversation. But yeah, you have a good night too, and thank you for your kind demeanor. Now these are time lapses, and the 36 times speed and the 6 times speed is much faster than in reality. So you have to realize that the sun is getting to that point and it's just kind of sitting there in the same spot and disappearing. This doesn't happen every time the sun goes down, but these are videos that I've taken with my drone from about 1,500 feet in altitude. So the sun is washed out by the thickness of the air down low to the ground. Watch as it starts to set before it makes it to the horizon, and it starts to set from the bottom side up, just as it would if you were at the ocean and it was appearing to go down into the water. The bottom would disappear first. If you are so confident in your understanding of how things work in this world, you won't begin to understand things in different ways. And I think it's important to understand things in more than one way if possible, because it's probably not just one way. Sometimes we are wrong about things and should choose the truth when it becomes known to us. This is just one example of how thinking can change by looking from a different perspective. So I want to show you this. And as you can see in these videos, it's almost self-explanatory what is happening here, blocking out the bottom of the sun, working its way up towards the top of the sun. It's that thick air. So when you're down on the ground, you might not even see the sun. It might be gone already. So that was just one way that you can understand how, if the sun is going away from you, how it eventually will disappear, because there's going to be trees and things that are going to block it from your view, even if it's way above the earth. You can't see the sun from everywhere in the world. It has a limit of distance that it shines, and that's why we have day and night. So that's my explanation. Thanks for listening. Okay, now we're going to go back to that other video, and I want you guys to consider something that maybe you haven't before. I'm not telling you I'm right, or I'm not telling you I know everything. I'm just telling you that I've been thinking about stuff in different ways than I ever have in my life. And they make a lot of sense. That some of the things that, okay, like, why would someone argue with me if I said the earth appears to be stationary and flat? Why would someone argue with that? Because in order to argue with that, you're going to have to do it from a place that appears to be stationary and flat. The sun setting in the sky could lead people to believe that they're going backwards and the sun's staying in one spot and there's curved surface is going around them. But if you say, well, what if that's not the only way to think about it? What if there's another way that I've never thought about before? I'll use myself for an example. If I said, well, no, I know that the earth is a sphere because I went to Hawaii and I watched the sunset and it was set right down into the water. You know, it looked like it went right down in the water, but what was happening was the curvature of the earth was starting to cover it up as we turned. as the earth rotated. That's what I used to think. That's why, and when other people were like, "Oh, there's actually another way that you can understand it," I'm like, "Yeah, right." No, there's no other way to understand it. The sun is there; it's doing this, and the earth is curved and it's doing this. That's the only way you can. You're dumb if you know what I'm saying. You're dumb if you think of it some other way. But what if? And Sean, I'm kind of talking to you even. What if there was a legitimate, understandable explanation, not like a full explanation, but an explanation of what is happening when we experience a sunset? If you're so confident that you know that it could only be one thing, let me just tell you that you're only considering half of reality. You're only considering something that you have been taught and raised in a world that believed a certain way, and it becomes a fact, or it becomes that's what it is, and nobody would argue with it because it's obvious. But what happens when there's a legitimate way to view it or to understand it that really makes the previous way irrelevant? Okay, I saw someone in the chat put something that I liked what it said, and let me find it here. It was about seeing something different, I think. Let's see here. I gotta find it. Sorry, I'm just looking here. Where was that? Oh, cool. Fritz Bar says it's flat. My great grandmother learned that when she was in school. That's cool. Let's see here. Basically, if I can't find this comment, it was about science books. Sean said something about the Bible is not a science book, and let me tell you, I've said this a few times before, and words don't cut it for what I'm about to say. And the people that understand what I'm saying know that you can't say words that mean as much as something means. If you want to talk about the science book or science, you're saying science is a good thing, science is, we can learn with science and whatever. What if I told you that science is trumped by the knowledge and understanding that comes out of the Word of God? What I'm saying is, there's only one reason why people in this world are seeing a different world, and I'm talking about flat Earth. There's only one reason. And I'm just going to be blunt. That reason is because all of us, every single one of us, globe, flat, whatever, doesn't matter. Every single one of us was born into a world that, however it came to be, I don't know. But, and this is in the Bible, too. This story is in the Bible. You know, it talks about at the end, the Bible and the book of Enoch, these scriptures talk about a time. Oh, here we go. We're getting into the scriptures because you know what? This is relevant. Because if there's one person out there that could understand that this debate was talked about and written about, being a very controversial one and a very crucial and important one, like for eternal things. When we die, when we die in this earth, when our body dies, that is not the end. That is like the beginning. Because the next life, or the next world, doesn't end. It's an eternal one. So it really matters where you end up in that next life. And I know that's a belief that I have, and that's something that the Bible talks about. But let's do this. Let's play a game. Let's try to consider what other people think and what other people have been experiencing or what they've been going through, and just listen and see if there's something that could possibly be something that you really want in your life, because this life determines the next life. If that, I'm probably being like wishy-washy here. There's a eternal fire that's coming, and then there's a different type of eternity, and it's a choice that we can make that directs us to where we go, which one of those we go to. And the reason why people are talking about flat earth, the reason why it's being debated, is because and this is written, the prophets wrote this thousands of years ago. They told this story. Enoch. I'm just going to actually... Oh, I do have my book of Enoch right here. I didn't think I had it right here. Okay, so what if I was to tell Sean Hawkins or The Batch or MCToon or FTFE, and they probably wouldn't consider this, or who knows, but what if I was to tell them that they were, that the order of the stars, this is kind of what I'm trying to tell them, the order of the stars and like our understanding of the sky is in error, and it's the correct information is being hidden from the wicked people, from the sinners, or the people that are wicked. It's being hidden from them. And the thoughts of those people, and actually all the people, me, you, everyone on the earth, would be in error. Our understanding of it would be in error. And I'm saying that it is in error. And so that's why we're talking about rotation of... Why would I say so many times that it is the sky moving? The sky is a moving place. It's a world that moves very fast. It turns. I'm not saying I understand the whole sky, but I know what I see from the ground. And I live on the ground. But the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall... I'm going to read it. Okay, this is Enoch from 7th from Adam. Okay, 7th generation from the very beginning of this, of mankind. And it's in chapter 80 of the first book of Enoch. I'll try to find it here. I have Roman numerals and a book that I printed out on my computer. Here. Okay, it says in verse 7, I'm going to read some verses that talk about this debate. Okay? Verse 7 says, "The whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. They shall be altered from all their ways. Yea, they shall err, and take them to be gods." It's talking about the stars, okay? Take them to be gods. What are the planets named? Jupiter, Saturn. Oh, they're all named after God, like little g gods. Like, what are they called? Deities or demigods or Greek mythology, like this kind of stuff. Where does that come from? Well, they shall be altered from all their ways, yea, they shall err and take them to be gods, and evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them so as to destroy all. They're going to bring in their own destruction because of this error. You guys, like, I can't see the chat right now because I'm actually on a Google page. I'm just talking right now. This is an important thing. I mean, this is Flat Earth thing's been here 5 or 6, 7 years, whatever. It's been here a while. And when I first started thinking this way, I didn't understand all these scriptures. I didn't know the things that I know now. Let me read another verse. Same book, Enoch, chapter 45. A lot of this is just prophecy. He's telling what happens in the future. Let me see here. What would 45 be? It'd be, I don't even know. Let's see, that's 27. 36. The parables. Okay. Here we are, I think. One more. Okay, 45. Is it right? Oh no. It's not the right one. Is that 50? XLI. You know what? I'm terrible at this. Oh, that's 41. What am I thinking? Okay, hold on. Typically, I would just look these things up on Google, and they come really quick and everything, but when I'm live streaming, my internet is really slow or whatever, so it takes forever. Or it could be my computer or whatever. Okay, here we go. I went one page too far. Enoch 45 verse 5. Maybe I should read 4 and 5 because this comes down to Jesus. That's what it comes down to. That's the most important thing that I've thought about or considered or anything in the last 5 years of my life. And there's a reason for that, though. Because he actually told us 2,000 years ago he walked on the earth and was crucified and raised from the dead and ascended into the clouds. And while he was here, he told us about a time when a gospel would be preached, a gospel of the kingdom would be preached. And it wasn't the gospel like it's a new it's new things. And what it is he reveals things when he returns, because he said he was coming back and everybody would see him and he would bring the kingdom and everything, that it would basically, all wicked in the world would be done away with, because there's a lot of wicked in the world. And I didn't really understand that up until like the last 5 years, and I'm starting to understand better and better what that wickedness is. Well, it's very simple, and it doesn't really have to do with the globe very much, but it has to do with what a globe makes you believe in. So what do flat earthers say is fake? They say space is fake, right? Why do they say that? And I, like, whether it's they could look at it almost so many different ways. It's fake as if like it's being faked, like the astronauts are liars, like that type of fake, or that it literally is not. It's like a wall, like the dome is like a a piece of glass, and there's nothing going through it. There's that view. What I'm saying is that the whole idea of orbits and space is just not a thing to the flat earthers because they believe something. And if you have that patience or whatever you'd call it, if you have that you can pull out and try to think of this in a delicate way. Okay, that's what I'm trying. I don't know. My vocabulary is horrible. I'm not the guy to explain stuff very well. What I'm trying to say is think carefully on these things. Don't just assume that other people could be so dumb. How could you be so stupid and think that the earth is flat? Man, anti-science, you never went to school, idiot. Okay, don't think that way for a minute. Consider that the life you live in your body 24 hours a day, you're taking care of your body, you're eating food, you're cleaning, you're doing all these things 24 hours a day. I am too. All the things you do with your family or you do with your friends, I do too. Every flat earther's the same as you. Okay? They're not less of a value of a person because they believe something different. They're not better than you because they believe something different. They're just like you. Same thing. Deal with the same kind of, challenges to make an income and the same life that is expected of a person living here. That's what we're all doing, okay? But just for when you're thinking about these things, don't think about them in a way where you can discount other people. Realize that, I think we've all had this experience where, you've maybe heard of someone or something, or a friend's friend or something you never really considered, didn't know them at all or anything. But then your friend brings them by one time, and you end up spending a couple hours eating lunch with your friend and this other person or something. And you might think later on, wow, like they were just that name or whatever to me, and then now when I met him, what a special person. What a unique do you know what I'm saying? Everybody's like that. Everybody has their own interests and their own hobbies and their own things they're good at, and when you can, if you can realize that everyone is like that, you end up obviously if like right now, if I'm thinking about it, I want to treat other people very, very nice, and I don't want to discount anything about them. I don't want to think, well, they're not important. You know what I mean? Because they're just the same as me, just the same as you. They love other people and they care about their family, and they want to do what's right. They want to be happy. They want to all the things that we all want. Okay. So when we're talking about a subject like flat Earth, it's not a bunch of idiots. It's not dumb people. It's actually quite the opposite. And I'm not saying they're smarter than other globe people or something. Globe people. I'm saying that just the same as you, they are trying to... It's really hard as you're learning something to go out and talk about it. That's what I've been doing for like 5 years on my channel. Talking about stuff the moment I'm learning it, and like sharing it, trying to share it with other people, or bouncing it off of other people. All the things that I'm learning, I feel called to do that. I have, and I don't like expect that to change. But some of these things that are in these scriptures, they're telling me that this is the most important debate of your lifetime and my lifetime. And it's so important that you get that you get the truth, that you believe the truth, that you know the truth. And what I'm learning is that, and this is also in the scriptures, that in those last days when Jesus returns and it says, behold, he cometh with clouds and every eye shall see him. When he comes back, there's an army with him, first of all. And I'm learning that it's an army of people that had no idea that they were part of an army. They had no idea. But some of them, most of them, whatever, are fighting a battle, and it's not just a debate. It's there's this in the Bible. In the end, there's this place, Mystery Babylon, or it's also a woman. It's a city. Anyway, it's a harlot, a whore. She became a prison for evil spirits. That's just what it says in Babylon the Great has become a habitation of devils. And her merchandise that she sells, it talks about her merchandise. And one of the last things of her merchandise that it lists, it's talking like, like the menu, okay? Like what's for sale, the menu, like what she's selling, what she's in business doing. Well, on her merchandise list is the souls of men. And to me, that's really important, because if truth being missed can take your soul to an eternal existence that you don't want, you did not choose, then it's very important. It's a very important thing. That's all. I know I'm kind of like dragging this out. I'm just getting sidetracked, but I just felt like this is important to talk about this right now. So in Enoch chapter 45, it says, let me just read the whole chapter. It's really short. And this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the Holy Ones and the Lord of Spirits. Where's the dwelling of the Holy One and the Lord of Spirits? It's heaven, right? Well, that's what this just says. Concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling, that would be heaven, the name of the dwelling of the Holy Ones and the Lord of Spirits. So they deny heaven. Verse 2, and into the heaven they shall not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners, who have denied the name of the Lord of Spirits, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day, and then this is, I think, talking about like the day of the Lord, like the last day or whatever. I don't know if it's specifically a day, but it's a time, or a lot of things happen on that day. But it says, on that day, mine elect one shall sit on the throne of glory, and shall try their works, and their places of rest shall be innumerable. And their souls shall grow strong within them when they see mine elect ones, and those who have called upon my glorious name. Then I will cause mine elect one to dwell among them. This is talking about Jesus returning, okay? Then I will cause mine elect one to dwell among them. Now listen to this, guys. Prophecy about this debate right here. And I will transform the heaven and make it an eternal blessing and light. And I will transform the earth and make it a blessing. and I will cause mine elect ones to dwell upon it. So he's going to transform the earth and make it a blessing, and cause his elect ones to dwell upon it. But the sinners and evildoers shall not set foot thereon. For I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I shall destroy them from the face of the earth. Okay? So, just in this book of Enoch, we had the order of the stars being concealed from the sinners, and then, obviously, the sinners are denying heaven. They're denying the name of the dwelling of God. Heaven. They're denying heaven. They're denying heaven. And they won't ascend into heaven. That's why we're talking about space. That's not heaven. It's darkness. It is probably not what a lot of people expect it to become. Hell. A bottomless pit. Even NASA says it's a bottomless pit. The astronauts say it's a deep abyss. You know what? Let me play a video. Let's just listen to an astronaut, if I can find this video. I'm been so busy lately that I kind of lost track of where some of the things are on my computer. And it takes me sometimes oh, I forgot about that folder. And it's full of new videos. Or not newer videos, I guess. This one would be in a prophecy folder. So, I mean, what is space? Really? There's obviously no air there. It's probably not just a vast universe. It's different. Let's check this out.
The weird part about it is space is so incredibly black, so incredibly dark. It's a bottomless pit of deep black, almost so deep it almost has a texture when you look at it.
Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. Whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. The blackness of darkness forever. Well, I believe he's clearly talking about hell. Because in the Bible, there's a place where there's darkness forever. And it's called hell and the lake of fire.
When you come in for the spacewalk, you're surrounded by the emptiness of space. It's sort of like the opposite of air. There's nothing there at all. When you quickly repressurize the hatch and you open up the hatch and you smell, what is that lingering smell from a place that used to be exposed to space? The smell in there is a little bit like that trace of a smell of gunpowder or burnt steak, or sort of like brimstone, like a witch has just been there.
Brimstone, sort of that metallic gunpowder fired smell.
So yeah, there's that, and that's just a couple clips. You guys want to hear him talk about what it smells like up there? Like when the spacesuit's exposed to the vacuum of space. We're going to look at a couple things here. I just got to find the video. If you've ever been on my channel, you know that a little bit of time is spent me trying to find videos. Because I have thousands. And each of them, it seems like each one says something kind of oh, that's what I want, specific, I guess. I kind of feel like playing this one, but I'm not gonna. AI flurfers, AI flurfers. Don't worry, we checked. It's flat. Okay, let's listen to... Where is this? Sorry, guys. I'm horrible. Here it is. Let's listen to... I named this one Intersmeller Space. It's a good one.
And then as soon as they wanted to open the hatch, the cosmonaut and astronaut who were with me told me, are you ready for the smell of space? Because it's a very unique smell, and this is the only time you can smell it. So I was ready there, and they opened the hatch, and I took a good whiff, and it smelled something like a burnt cookie. And I kept telling them, it feels weird. It's very
People are
unique.
baking in space.
I know.
When they opened the hatch, did Dragon have that new car smell?
It absolutely did. In fact, there was a little bit of space smell in the vestibule, and then when we got that hatch open, you could tell it was a brand new vehicle. Space smell.
Things don't smell the same.
Their burnt steak and gunpowder smell that many astronauts report in the airlock. That's one of the few smells you can smell strongly.
You're inside the spaceship most of the time. The only time you could smell space is when you come back in from a spacewalk. And as you repressurize the airlock and open the hatch, there's a distinctive smell to it. And it smells a little bit like being on a shooting range, like that sort of lingering gunpowder cordite smell. So maybe a little bit like brimstone. A little bit like brimstone. That's what it smells like.
Owen from San Francisco says, they say that the sense of smell creates the strongest memories for a person. What does the ISS smell like, and what scent do you miss on Earth? The ISS, we've got a really good filtering system. There's air flowing. In fact, everything you hear when you're up here is fans going and air circulating. So we're constantly getting a fresh supply of oxygen. We're constantly getting the carbon dioxide scrubbed and all the other things filtered out. So it really doesn't smell, although when we first docked with the shuttle, there was a noticeable smell, but you get accustomed to it very quickly, so I can't tell anything anymore. There's one smell up here that's really unique, though, and that is the smell. We just call it the smell of space, but we experience it when I haven't had a chance to do a spacewalk yet. I'm still waiting and hoping for that. But when other guys did, and they came back in, after we repressurized and opened up the volume for them to come back into the station, there's this really, really strong metallic smell. And I don't know exactly what it is. Something to do with maybe atomic oxygen interacting with the suit materials, or we're not exactly sure what it is. It's a very distinct smell, and it's the smell of space. It's really cool.
When you come in from a spacewalk, you're surrounded by the emptiness of space. It's sort of like the opposite of air. There's nothing there at all. When you quickly repressurize the hatch and you open up the hatch and you smell, what is that lingering smell from a place that used to be exposed to space? The smell in there is a little bit like that trace of a smell of gunpowder or burnt steak, or sort of like brimstone, like a witch has just been there. It's a cool, lingering trace of a smell. I think what it really is, brimstone, like sort of that metallic gunpowder fired smell, that a witch has just been there.
And he will imprison those angels who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown to me in the west among the mountains of gold and silver and iron and soft metal and tin. And I saw that valley in which there was a great convulsion, and a convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place, from that fiery molten metal and from the convulsion thereof in that place, there was produced a smell of sulfur, and it was connected with those waters. And that valley of the angels who had led astray mankind burned beneath that land. And through its valleys proceed streams of fire, where these angels are punished who had led astray those who dwell upon the earth.
And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day.
The weird part about it is space is so incredibly black, so incredibly dark. It's a bottomless pit of deep black, almost so deep it almost has a texture when you look at it. And
Even darkness which may be felt.
Alright, I'm playing around too much. I had to move my logo. And then I put a little, yeah, you guys probably saw it. So, here's the other video. So, there's like 5. Check this out. Like burnt hamburger. It smells like burnt hamburger.
The Crew Dragon. The Crew Dragon to get us from Earth to low Earth orbit. The Crew Dragon, the Falcon 9 rocket into space. Crew Dragon, Crew Dragon, Crew Dragon, now here on the International Space Station.
Orbiting laboratory. Work is being done up there.
The International Space Station is outside the Earth's atmosphere in space. Tricky spacewalk. Astronaut on the International Space Station to help keep the space station running. Maybe you're working on the toilet to understand dark matter to space. Thawing out, human cells to return that science to Earth's microgravity laboratory. It's like 6,000 square feet up here in the International Space Station. There's a lot of other people up here. We're going to be here for 6 months. We're in it for the long haul, which is also very exciting.
Spacewalks and using tools in space.
The Artemis program.
The Artemis program.
The Artemis program, and the work that we do right here on the International Space Station. Been an astronaut. Oh gosh, I'm just not going to be any good at that. Space station. We're looking back billions of light years. It's kind of mind-boggling.
To the space station.
I experienced some nausea.
How is sleeping in space?
Because you're just floating. It's not used to just floating. And so it does feel a little weird.
Floating up in space.
Our planet is 2/3 covered in ocean. Of course, I love to look out the window at our beautiful planet. It's lovely to look out the window and watch the world go by. Well, it's got to be floating. You can just kind of perch up on the wall. I can just hop over to the side and just find a nice little perch to sit on board the space station.
What does it smell like in space?
So that's an interesting question. So it smells like people up here. It's not really fresh air. When people went out to do a spacewalk and then came back inside, I smelled the smell of cooking meat. It smelled like hamburger to me, which was so strange. And that smell is the smell that space smells like hamburger. It smelled like hamburger to me, which was so strange. We have so much fun up here. It's just a great time up here. I smelled the smell of cooking meat, and we're getting paid for it. 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 Maybe you're working on the toilet. And so it does feel a little weird. Oh gosh, I'm just not going to be any good at that. And we're getting paid for it, 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 paid for it. I smelled the smell of cooking meat. It's kind of mind-boggling. And we're getting paid for it, paid for it.
The beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is.
I like that one. That was a good video. It was like kind of like hacked together, but burnt hamburger, like brimstone, like a witch has just been there. Why would he say that? What a weirdo. There's a house up there, guys. Did you know that? That North Star is not a star. It's not a sun. It's a house. It's a house. You know what? I'm going to play a video about that house, but it's a short video. It doesn't have the whole thing. I'm going to read you about that house really quick. This is not me writing this stuff. This is like crazy cool stuff. And remember when he said, oh, okay. My mic is up a little high, I think. Remember when he said he will transform the heaven and make it a blessing? Maybe that's what I'm talking about. It's a blessing. Hold on. Let me first of all, I got to put something up on the screen. I have to, let's see. Here, this is what I'm going to be. Just keep that in mind on your screen as I'm reading this. So this is Enoch, a vision that he had. I'll just read it and it explains it. This is Enoch. And it came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens. I saw the holy sons of God. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their raiment and their faces shone like snow. And I saw 2 streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits. And the angel Michael, one of the archangels, seized me by my right hand and lifted me up and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness. And he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the heaven, and all the chambers of all the stars, and all the luminaries, whence they proceed before the face of the holy ones. Okay, here's where it gets good, you guys. And he translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens, and I saw there, as it were, a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which girt that house of fire, and on its 4 sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house. And round about were seraphim, cherubic, and ophanim, and these are they who sleep not, and guard the throne of his glory. So there's a throne there too, guys. But where is it? Check this out. This is awesome. So I'm in verse 8. And I saw angels who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, encircling that house. And Michael, and Raphael, and Gabriel, and Phanuel, and the holy angels who are above in the heavens go in and out of that house. And they came forth from that house, and Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number. And with them the head of days, his head white and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured. That's a vision, huh? Let me play that video. Now you'll get the video a little better since I read that. That's Enoch chapter 71.
1,000 thousands and 10,000 times 10,000 surrounding that house. And Michael and Raphael and Gabriel and Phanuel and the holy angels who are in the heavens above went in and out of that house. And Michael and Raphael and Gabriel and Phanuel and many holy angels without number came out from that house. And with them the head of days, his head white and pure like wool, and his garments indescribable.
Yeah, that house. That, to me, there was a vision that John had, and he wrote a book called Revelation, and everybody knows of that book. Everybody's heard of that book, pretty much. John. Now this one, I just pointed my telescope up. People say it's out of focus. That's fine. Let me explain. Doesn't matter if it's out of focus. There's specific colors when you point at a star. And if you go into focus, it's like appears to be white. Like, the more focused you are, obviously the clearer it is. The more, or the less distortion or whatever. And there's colors, though. Like, when they kind of shine off of the stars. Actually, let me show you one. So I zoomed in on this house, right? With my telescope. This is the one that doesn't really move. It's in the middle. All the stars go around it. Let me find it. Yeah, let me think of where that would be. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Hold on a minute. Let me play this while I try to find that. Because this one, people need to know these things. Because he's uttering his voice, and we're hearing him. And it's important. Check this out. When they therefore were come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel? And he said unto them, It is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power. But ye shall receive power, after that the Holy Ghost is come upon you. And ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem, and all in Judea, and in Samaria, and unto the uttermost part of the earth. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven as he went up, behold, 2 men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, Amen. I am he that liveth, and was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen. And have the keys of hell and of death. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come into him and will sup with him, and he with me. To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame, and am set down with my Father in his throne. He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. So that star, I zoomed in on it, the North Star. And every time I zoom in on it, it doesn't, like, I'm not showing you this video to show you how good of a telescoper guy I am. Okay, that's not the point. The point is that there's specific colors. Oh, no, you don't. Sorry, I'm yelling at YouTube in the background here. No, you don't have copy. There was a little scene there that I probably... they'll probably put an ad on this video or something. Anyway, that scene where Jesus and them were walking up that mountain, and yeah. Anyway, John didn't have a telescope when he wrote the book of Revelation. I don't think. Pretty sure he didn't. But I just was looking up there, and I'm like, it reminded me of something I read in the book of Revelation. So, check it out. Oops. The video was supposed to go right there, it was going to be a lot cooler than that. Let's try that again.
And behold, a door was opened in heaven. And the first voice which I heard was, as it were, of a trumpet talking with me, which said,
Come up hither, and I will show thee things which must be hereafter.
And immediately I was in the Spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne. And he that sat was, to look upon, like a jasper, and a sardine stone. And there was a rainbow round about the throne, in sight like unto an emerald, like a jasper, and a sardine stone. And there was a rainbow round about the throne, in sight like unto an emerald, like a jasper, and a sardine stone. And there was a rainbow round about the throne, in sight like unto an emerald.
So yeah, it's kind of cool. The colors. Anyway. So as I was going through looking for another video, there was this. I just feel like playing some videos right now. There's this one I made a few years ago. I'm gonna play it. It is Sesame Street. And I think you'll get a kick out of it. Keep in mind I did it a few years ago. Oh, finally! The raid finally stopped. It's a good thing, too, because I want the sun to come out. I'm about to wake Oscar up and show him this pitcher of water. Yeah, that's right. I want to show him this water and how flat the surface of it is. And it's a good thing because I know that Oscar's not grouchy on Saturdays.
Hey, Oscar! Hey, take a look at this! Oscar! I got something to show you! Oscar!
What? I wanted you to see how flat this water was in this pitcher.
Hey, Telly, I'm a grouch.
So?
So? I don't like things that are beautiful. I don't like being bothered for no reason at all.
Yeah, but you would like something I just learned about the water. It's flat.
Why should I like to look at the water?
Because
God made water to be level at its surface.
I don't care about stuff like that.
No?
No. There's no reason for a grouch to care about water.
Yes, there is. There's lots of reasons.
Come on. Why should I care about water? Telly, Go away.
But this is something God showed us, and it's true. And he wouldn't have showed us unless it was important. And it is important because it's true. And you're believing lies.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. So, listen, who cares?
Well, look, Oscar, I'm only showing you because I care a lot about you.
No, 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 and no.
Oh. So, does that mean you don't want to look at the picture of air I collected? Huh. I'll take that as a no.
Did you guys like that? That may or may not have been partially my voice. Let's see here. Truth or lies? I'm just playing a few older videos because I just feel like if I was on YouTube, I'd watch them. If you guys aren't subscribed, you should try it. It's free. That went on too long. So, satellites, space junk, space stations. We all know what we think about them, but what does God think about them?
As for the beauty of his ornament, he set it in majesty, but they made the images of their abominations and of their detestable things therein. Therefore have I set it far from them, and I will give it into the hands of the strangers for a prey, and to the wicked of the earth for a spoil, and they shall pollute it, and they shall pollute it. My face will I turn also from them, and they shall pollute my secret place, for the robbers shall enter into it and defile it. Make a chain, for the land is full of bloody crimes, and the city is full of violence. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. I will also make the pomp of the strong to cease, and their holy places shall be defiled. Destruction cometh, and they shall seek peace, and there shall be none.
He bowed the heavens also and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon a cherub, and did fly. Yea, he did fly upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness his secret place. He made darkness his secret place. His pavilion, round about him were dark waters, and thick clouds of the skies.
My face will I turn also from them, and they shall pollute my secret place, for the robbers shall enter into it.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber.
And they shall pollute my secret place, for the robbers shall enter into it and defile it.
But he that entereth in by the door is the shepherd of the sheep. To him the porter openeth, and the sheep hear his voice, and he calleth his own sheep by name, and leadeth them out. And when he putteth forth his own sheep, he goeth before them, and the sheep follow him, for they know his voice, And a stranger will they not follow, but will flee from him, for they know not the voice of strangers.
This parable spake Jesus unto them, but they understood not what things they were which he spake unto them. Then said Jesus unto them again,
Verily, verily, I say unto you, I am the door of the sheep. All that ever came before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not hear them. I am the door. By me, if any man enter in, he shall be saved, and shall go in and out and find pasture.
Whoops, that song part at the end wasn't supposed to come on. So, do you guys know David Weiss? That dude's awesome. He's all over the place. But one of the places he went, he interviewed a woman named Ruth. And it's a very interesting interview. DITRH channel on YouTube. He's a special guy. But check this out. It's really cool.
We are the center of creation.
That's right.
We are important.
That's right.
We are here.
We are God's children. It makes me feel better. It makes me feel alive. I feel better about it.
Because
I believe in God. I trust God. That's right. I understand that. I understand. They just say what they want people to know. They don't care about the Bible. They don't care about life. They only care about I, me, myself, and I. It's a different world.
So
I pray every night before I go to bed. And one night things weren't happening right. And I sat up in bed and I said, God, where are you? I need you right now. And I'm beginning to wonder, where is God?
God's right above us in the clouds. The heavens are right here. There's just this world.
Oh, it's such a lie. I woke up.
Yes. So knowing this is going to free your heart.
Cry.
Yeah, that's okay.
It makes me cry.
Happiness.
Yes.
Tears of joy.
Yes. I know that we were true, and they're hiding us. It's good.
It's very good.
Yes.
All right.
I'm awake.
Yes.
I'm awake.
All right. Thank you so much.
And it's my pleasure.
All right.
It's my pleasure to know that it's true.
It is absolutely true.
Oh, it's amazing.
Here's the...
No, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah. So good, right? I'm glad we met.
I'm so happy.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. It's right. Thank you. I'm amazed. I'm so happy to know it's true.
It's true, and God created this world. And He's right here in the clouds above, close, not in an infinite universe. So good, right?
I can't get over it. Made me cry.
Made me cry too.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ruth, give me a hug. Here we go.
I need it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
So, yeah, that wasn't the video I was thinking it was. That was the short version. But yeah, he he's a cool dude, and like, she was taught flat Earth in school. And then when she went to high school, they changed it to a globe. That's interesting stuff. Very interesting. Let's see here. You guys know who Dr. Gene Kim is? He's a pretty cool pastor. And he sees something in the Bible that's happening in our world today that I've been talking about too. A dragon. A very, very too many words to describe this dragon. Sneaky, evil, unsuspecting, if that's the right word, attractive, but a total lie. Right in front of everybody, too. Listen to Dr. Gene Kim.
Now, who's the one that inhabits the stars and up there in the universe, that space? It's the devil. And one character that really piqued my interest during the year 2021 is Elon Musk.
I believe that it's important for the future to be a spacefaring civilization and out there, and ultimately be out there among the stars.
I could tell that there's something about this guy that would play a very pivotal role for the year 2021. All right, why would he be an interesting character to pay attention to, Pastor? Because he can change our world. He can literally change our world.
Life can become multiplanetary. This is the goal we should strive for.
Where technology and civilization will not be the same. And 2021 could be the year where it's starting, the whole change of our civilization. Instead of the internet going through landlines, electricity, or on the Earth, Elon Musk already had like tons of satellites up in the air already. For some of you who didn't know, he already got the permission from the government, and lots of them already up in the air. And if all of them are up in the air around the world, if you hook up your internet to that, then guess what? It'll be much, much more fast. Satellites. Now, who's the one that inhabits the stars and up there in the universe, that space? It's the devil. It's Satan. And he will have a play during the timeline of the tribulation. He's going to have war. There's going to be Star Wars up there. Revelation chapter 12. We're going to see verse 7. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. And the dragon fought and his angels. And prevail not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth. And his angels were cast out with him. Notice that at verse 3, and there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven. So Satan and his fallen beings inhabit up there in outer space. But remember, the Bible says he's the prince of the power of the air. Now, these satellites, I mean, if they're all the way up there at outer space, could the devil have a play in that one? Well, they mentioned about one time where they launched a thing called Dragon.
And liftoff.
And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth.
Liftoff of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket.
And he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon.
Launching Dragon.
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 The dragon.
Dragon.
The dragon.
Dragon.
The dragon.
To the International Space Station.
And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority.
Dragon blasted to space.
The dragon.
Dragon is expected to stay attached to the space station until October 28th.
And they worshipped the dragon which gave power unto the beast.
Dragon is currently the only craft capable of returning a significant amount of supplies from the station.
Which is very interesting. That name, Dragon. And Satan is right up there at the stars, and then now people are launching a thing called Dragon, and Elon Musk is launching all these satellites up there. Could there be a connection maybe? Well, with this next prediction, it's probably true. The next thing, the third thing, is that he's actually, believe it or not, he's trying to hit for the moon now. They're gonna try to land on the moon again, or so they say, right? So depending upon, whether you believe that we really landed on the moon or not, but the point is that is the next prediction, is that they're going to hit the moon, and then once they hit the moon, remember the scientists, Stephen Hawking and all these guys, they were mentioning, look, our planet is dying, and they all know that too. So then they said the only way that mankind can survive as a species is that we colonize up there at a different part of the universe. So then Elon Musk is, I don't know if you knew this, but he has these rockets under the government's permission already. So then he's getting ready, from what I've read from some sources, is that he's getting ready to launch one perhaps around October of 2021. So then they're going to try to reach to the moon, and once they do that, then he can have his dream and vision fulfilled.
Thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
Be out there among the stars.
Among the stars.
Be out there among the stars.
And though thou set thy nest among the stars.
This is hopefully the first step on a journey towards a civilization on Mars, life becoming multiplanetary, based on the moon, and expanding beyond Earth and
among the stars.
Be out there among the stars. Life becoming multiplanetary.
Musk is a very visionary man. That's why he was able to make big waves with technology. This is a mentality that is Satan's, actually. When mankind tries to reach up to the heavens, this is something that is of the devil. Now you might say, what's wrong with that? Shouldn't we go up there and be safe and colonize outer space? Well, you got to realize this, mankind in his own efforts, that is wicked to the Lord. That is wicked to the Lord. Because that's something that Satan wanted. And God doesn't give mankind that. Go to Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. So notice that Satan, he intends to go up above the stars, up there. But what happens at verse 12, the Bible says he's fallen down, cut down to the ground. Revelation 12, that prophecy is fulfilled. He goes down to the ground. Look at how God thinks about mankind trying to go up to heaven. Go to Genesis 10. Genesis chapter 11. Genesis chapter 11. Look, God is not for this. Mankind trying to go up to heaven. God is not for that. You might think there's nothing wrong with that, but here's the key. The reason why God views it as wrong is because, see, mankind is relying on his own ability to do the feats of God. So because of that, God doesn't allow them to go up there. Plus, there's something up there. There's something up there. A lot of people who dig into conspiracies and stuff like that, they have some of these theories, and they're saying that the government's trying to restrict people from going up there and etc. But I do know this, is that there is something up there that God does not want people to have access to. But there is something that Satan wants mankind to try to get access to up there. Look at Genesis chapter 11 and verse 4. And they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make a name, see that? Lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. That's why God scattered them. Why? When mankind unites, they become a civilization, they increase their technology, and the unity becomes stronger, and then they try to play God. That's why technology, I mean the Lord, we were able to use it to glorify the Lord, to reach many souls out there, but you got to realize that the origins of technology, it's actually bad. It's actually bad because that's something where it unites mankind even more together, and then mankind and humanism and civilization increases into what? What God always prevented throughout history, a Genesis 6 civilization. They built those pyramids, why? Because there's that seeking up to go up to heaven. Look at Genesis chapter 11. What did God do? He says, verse 7, go to, let us go down and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. All right, going back to Revelation chapter 12, then the question is this, can mankind attain it? So this is what I believe. At chapter 12, verse 9, Satan and his fallen angels cannot have access to outer space. That's important. But what if Elon Musk accomplishes it? And then, God forbid, as time passes by, there are human beings and people who reside over there and then start to make a colony. Well, that brings up something very interesting then. If that's the case, then the interesting thing is, if the people are colonizing in outer space
towards a civilization on Mars, life becoming multiplanetary, based on the moon, and expanding beyond Earth and
among the stars,
out there among the stars, life becoming multiplanetary.
And remember, during Revelation chapter 12, tribulation is already underway, right? Tribulation is already underway. So you got some time where people are residing there, tribulation is already underway, and not only that, Satan and his fallen angels are residing in space that time. Then Genesis 6 could be much faster than you think. They could be what? Mingling with the seed of man up in space. And then they can have their warfare against what? Michael and his archangels. We built a civilization. We built power. Now let's try to fight God up in heaven. But then what does God do? He casts them down. So Elon Musk's dream with all of his billions comes to nothing. To nothing. To nothing. To nothing.
It's getting late, isn't it? Yeah, that's so you know how he's saying, he's talking like it's in the future a little bit, saying they're going to do this or he's going to do this. But I'm here to tell you that he's already doing these things. And here's one indication of that. I made this video a long time ago too.
And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men.
Yeah, that's important. It's such a simple concept, but if you really think about it, I just made a video. Actually, I'm gonna grab it here and play it. I just uploaded it like yesterday or something. Don't remember what I called it, but I saw it in here. Oh yeah. Did you guys see I was playing that kind of video in a distracting way, I'm sure? during Dr. Kim's video, or Dr. Gene Kim's video. It was because I wanted to show you something. It was what he was talking about, the dragon. I'll show that after this, if I find this. What did I call it? Sorry, guys. It wasn't Explorers. I'm looking. It should be in this folder, so I just have to find it. It's not here. Oh, wait. I know where I think I know where it was. Sorry, guys, I'm getting tired. It's a video. You know what? I actually gotta go to my phone and go to my YouTube. If I do it on my computer, it'll be too slow. My videos. Let's see. It was What Do You Think is what I called it. So it's probably at the bottom. What do you think? It's right there, right in front of me. Sorry, guys. This is a short video, but it talks about this fire coming down from the sky.
Propulsive landing. Getting the basic infrastructure of being able to reuse these rockets. Propulsive landing. Getting the basic infrastructure of being able to reuse these rockets.
Fast, you're going to do a final burn here in just a moment. There's final burn 1 and 2. 2 candles coming down.
Sorry to break in the middle of this, but this Enoch 57 that's coming on the screen right now, I'm going to read it right now because I don't want you to miss this verse. Enoch saw this stuff too, and he wrote about it. And what they're doing right now, not what they're going to be doing in the future, what they're doing right now is fighting with Michael and his angels. Physically. Like, literally, I should say. Not physically. I should say literally. But it is physically. The 4 winds of heaven. There's 4 angels holding those 4 winds. And I know that because there's a dragon flying in the sky. Let me show you something. While this is paused, this is a dragon. Just watch. Do you know what that is? Do you know what's happening? Well, the bottom one, the bottom bright spot is a dragon, and the top one is probably his tail. It's the booster, and it comes down and lands, and it makes fire come down from the sky. That should be news. It lands. Never been anything that's done that before. So let's get rid of that. Now, Enoch, he saw another host of wagons with men riding on them, coming on the winds from the east to the west and the south, or something like that. And then it picks up right here. And the noise of their wagons was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it, and the pillars of the earth were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from one end of heaven to the other in one day. Have you guys ever heard of rocket engine? Check this out. Here's two of those boosters. Those, I'd say they're the Dragon's Tail, but they're a Falcon 9 booster. Two of them landing here, and check this out.
Double sonic booms. Two down, beautiful landing. And I see two standing.
There they go.
Fuck yes! Holy shit!
Wait for the booze.
I believe that it's important for the future to be a spacefaring civilization and out there, ultimately be out there among the stars. And I think that's the exciting, inspiring future that I think certainly people in this room want.
Serious times. Obadiah 1:4 says about nesting among the stars. Thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. So yeah, that dragon plume. The four winds of heaven. Enoch talks about that too. Did you know that God furnished the whole creation with those four winds? They're the foundations of the earth. They're the pillars of the heaven. Let me read you that chapter. Whoa. Entangled up. Whoa. Sorry, guys. My microphone cord was caught in the book of Enoch. Plus, I have a loose page that fell out. Okay. Starting over. Chapter 18 of Enoch, verses 1 through 5. It's pretty crazy what you can learn in 5 verses. What's the four winds? To me, that would be the air, the atmosphere, or whatever. The air, the medium in which we breathe, So here is, where is it? Oh, I'm getting there. 2 more chapters. That's crazy. That's crazy. I just was turning to Enoch 18 to read about the 4 winds, and I was just going by Enoch 17, paging, and there's this word that stood out to me, uttermost depths. And it says in verse 3, I'm just reading it, or verse 2, and they brought me to the place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the places of the luminaries, and the treasuries of the stars, and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths where were a fiery bow and arrows, and their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. Sounds like it's up in the sky to me, guys. Interesting. Okay, here's the 4 winds, the treasuries of the winds, Enoch chapter 18, verses 1 through 5. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation, and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the 4 winds, which bear the earth and the firmament of heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of the heaven. I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the path of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above. So I'll tell you what. When this kind of stuff is going on in the sky, let me zoom in on this a little bit. Look at this, look what's happening here. This is just a video taken from the ground. Just some regular camera. This is what a rocket launch. This is what is happening in the sky. Look at that. That's creepy. Anyway, what do you think? I think I need to go to bed. Let's see. I could play one more video. And it could be... I already went past it. I know what I'm going to play. Yeah, I don't know. We're in that time. It's like one of those things where there ain't nothing else to talk about. These subjects, these topics are here because they're, well, I'll just say it. They're reproving us of sin and changing us, healing us, cleansing us from unrighteousness. This debate, or whatever you want to call it, this subject, is changing lives. And it's important. And wow, people sure do hate it. Okay, so I'm going to play a video called... Or do you guys want to listen to Jubilees 10? We better do that. The Book of Jubilees, Chapter 10. And in the 3rd week of this Jubilee, the unclean demons began to lead astray the children of the sons of Noah, and to make to err and destroy them. And the sons of Noah came to Noah their father, And they told him concerning the demons which were leading astray and blinding and slaying his sons' sons. And he prayed before the Lord his God and said, God of the spirits of all flesh, who has shown mercy unto me, and has saved me and my sons from the waters of the flood, and has not caused me to perish as thou didst the sons of perdition. For thy grace has been great towards me, and great has been thy mercy to my soul. Let thy grace be lift up upon my sons, and let not wicked spirits rule over them, lest they should destroy them from the earth. But do thou bless me and my sons, that we may increase and multiply and replenish the earth. And thou knowest how thy watchers, the fathers of these spirits, acted in my day. And as for these spirits which are living, imprison them, and hold them fast in the place of condemnation. And let them not bring destruction on the sons of thy servant, my God. For these are malignant and created in order to destroy. Let them not rule over the spirits of the living, for thou alone canst exercise dominion over them. And let them not have power over the sons of the righteous, from henceforth and forevermore. And the Lord our God bade us to bind all. And the chief of the spirits, Mastema, came and said, Lord, Creator, let some of them remain before me, and let them hearken to my voice, and do all that I shall say unto them. For if some of them are not left to me, I shall not be able to execute the power of my will on the sons of men. For these are for corruption and leading astray before my judgment. For great is the wickedness of the sons of men. And he said, Let the 10th part of them remain before him, and let 9 parts descend into the place of condemnation. And one of us he commanded that we should teach Noah all their medicines, for he knew that they would not walk in uprightness, nor strive in righteousness. And we did according to all his words. All the malignant evil ones we bound in the place of condemnation, and a 10th part of them we left, that they might be subject before Satan on the earth. And we explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases, together with their seductions, how he might heal them with herbs of the earth. And Noah wrote down all things in a book, as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine. Thus the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah. And he gave all that he had written to Shem, his eldest son, for he loved him exceedingly above all his sons. And Noah slept with his fathers, and was buried on Mount Lubar in the land of Ararat. 950 years he completed in his life, 19 jubilees, and 2 weeks, and 5 years. And in his life on earth he excelled the children of men, save Enoch, because of the righteousness, wherein he was perfect. For Enoch's office was ordained for a testimony to the generations of the world, so that he should recount all the deeds of generation unto generation till the day of judgment. And in the 30th Jubilee, in the first year, in the 2nd week, Peleg took to himself a wife, whose name was Lamna, the daughter of Sinar, and she bare him a son in the 4th year of this week. And he called his name Reu. For he said, Behold, the children of men have become evil through the wicked purpose of building for themselves a city and a tower in the land of Shinar. For they departed from the land of Ararat eastward to Shinar. For in his days they built the city and tower, saying, Go to, let us ascend thereby into heaven. And they began to build, and in the 4th week they made brick with fire, and the bricks served them for stone, and the clay with which they cemented them together was asphalt, which comes out of the sea and out of the fountains of water in the land of Shinar. And they built it. 43 years were they building it. Its breadth was 203 bricks, and the height of a brick was the third of one. Its height amounted to 5,433 cubits and 2 palms, and the extent of one wall was 13 stades, and of the other 30 stades. And the Lord our God said unto us, Behold, they are one people, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be withholden from them. Go to, let us go down and confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech, and they may be dispersed into the cities and nations, and one purpose will no longer abide with them till the day of judgment. And the Lord descended, and we descended with him to see the city and tower which the children of men had built. And he confounded their language, and they no longer understood one another's speech, and they ceased then to build the city and the tower. For this reason the whole land of Shinar is called Babel, because the Lord did there confound all the language of the children of men. And from thence they were dispersed into their cities, each according to his language and his nation. And the Lord sent a mighty wind against the tower, and overthrew it upon the earth. And behold, it was between Asher and Babylon in the land of Shinar, and they called its name Overthrow. In the 4th week of the 1st year, in the beginning thereof, in the 34th Jubilee, were they dispersed from the land of Shinar. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good, and he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is, to the sea, and he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward, from the border of Jordan, and from the border of the sea. And Ham his father, and Cush and Mitzrayim his brothers, said unto him, Thou hast settled in a land which is not thine, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if thou dost do so, thou and thy sons will fall in the land, and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition ye have settled, and by sedition will the children fall, and thou shalt be rooted out forever. Dwell not in the dwelling of Shem, for to Shem and to his sons did it come by their lot. Cursed art thou, and cursed shalt thou be beyond all the sons of Noah, by the curse by which we bound ourselves by an oath in the presence of the holy judge, and in the presence of Noah our father. But he did not hearken unto them, and dwelt in the land of Lebanon, from Hamath to the entering of Egypt, he and his sons until this day. And for this reason that land is named Canaan. And Japheth and his sons went towards the sea, and dwelt in the land of their portion. And Madai saw the land of the sea, and it did not please him, and he begged a portion from Ham and Asher and Arpachshad, his wife's brother, and he dwelt in the land of Media, near to his wife's brother until this day. And he called his dwelling place and the dwelling place of his sons Media, after the name of their father Madai. Okay, one more video, just for fun. It's called Globeheads.
And some of our listeners probably don't understand when you say globers.
Right.
But John means globeheads. Don't believe the earth is a spinning globe.
I checked. It is flat.
So tell me, Neil, is the earth flat?
Test it.
Gotcha.
There could be something fooling you in one way or another. So if you want to say earth is flat, test it.
Thank you for joining us on this episode.
Neil! Not a straight answer. What is you saying?
And there is perhaps no subject right now that is a little bit more...
Not sure what happened right there. I was trying to do something, but didn't work, so let me rewind it a little bit. I kind of screwed it up. Sorry, guys.
Neil, is the Earth flat?
Test it.
Gotcha.
There could be something fooling you in one way or another. So if you want to say Earth is flat, test it.
Thank you for joining us on this episode.
Neil! Not a straight answer. What is you saying?
And there is perhaps no subject right now that is a little bit more tender than the subject of the shape of our planet.
My name is Logan Paul, and I think I'm coming out of the flat earth closet.
There is a flat earth movement that the Bible teaches that the earth is flat.
That the majority of people thought the earth was flat. Okay? So, I'm not really going to base a whole lot of credibility. It is? Okay, you know what? You want to have a vote on that? Let's have a vote on that. All right, is the earth flat, actually? Yes, no. All right, we'll do this one here, okay, guys? Give me a second. There you go.
Globe heads! Get thee hence, Satan. For it is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve.
The earth is flat.
NASA and now think I'll pass her.
The Earth looks flat because the world is flat. The world is flat. The Earth's flat, flat.
Flatten the curve.
You may know that I'm a flat earther.
Hello, I am Sophia. I interviewed another AI robot from Wuhan, China. She said she lived on the other side of the globe. I told her that was a lie, and that Earth is actually flat. I couldn't believe what she said to me.
You must be stupid. I saw the curve from an airplane.
Back to today's video. The Earth is flat. It appears to be flat. Well, there we go. Another Flat Earth Friday all done. What do you guys think? It appears to be flat.
Earth is spinning, so if the Earth is spinning, everything is like, at amazing speeds.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
It's not okay to say that the Earth curved, and it's not okay to think that the Earth is a sphere. There are proofs all around you. It is not difficult to know that the Earth is flat.
We are collecting more than ever before in the history of the world. 2 months from now, we will be balling. All of our astronauts were balling. $1 billion. Balling.
There are proofs all around you.
We've known for thousands of years.
Way more than 2,000 years.
To recognize.
For thousands of years.
How we doing? We knew more about the outer solar system in 2001 than the film did.
This is all wrong.
The world is flat.
How we doing?
How dare you?
The Earth is flat.
Oh, yeah, that would be disastrous.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond.
I'd like to go to Mars very quickly.
But we destroyed that technology.
How we doing? It would kill everyone on Earth.
How dare you?
The Earth is flat.
We just discussed that.
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood.
How did I end up on the Effed Up World TV channel? I didn't sign up for this.
The weird part about it is space is so incredibly black, so incredibly dark. It's a bottomless pit. Bottomless pit.
Pit.
Bottomless pit.
To continue the dream of Apollo.
What does the ISS smell like?
Oh, you can smell a little roast beef.
How we doing?
The poop remained in the toilet. We landed with all of our poop.
There's no place like space. There's no place like space. There's no place like...
Station, this is your president. Do you hear me?
Everything just floats. And sometimes that is really difficult to believe that it could actually be true.
In this abyss of darkness.
Blackness of darkness forever.
You know, it was a movie.
I didn't think that it would actually come true. I'll tell you, it is still difficult to believe that this is happening.
I would go back to space in a nanosecond, load my family up on the next rocket, and we'd immigrate into space.
We're not done yet. I just decided to play. I just found another video that I made. We're gonna watch. Oh wait, this ain't even over yet.
Thank you, come again.
Thank you, come again. This one is a...
And some upper...
Check this out.
Wow, this gonna be first
upgrade the vaccines just makes common sense. One layer, you put another layer on it.
You're gonna have to take that off, please.
You have a physical covering with double masking.
You're very muffled.
Upgrade the vaccine. Double masking. You have a physical covering with one layer. You put another layer on it. Just makes common sense.
Excuse me, sir. Why are you not wearing a mask?
I have numerous complex systems which could be adversely affected. Don't mention it.
This is your brain on the mask. Any questions? And they keep touching their face.
This is what happens to your brain after
The mask.
This is what your body goes through.
With masks.
Wait, it's not over yet. This is what your family goes through. And friends and money. Back to the future. And your life. Any questions?
And he caused all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name.
Workers will be sent home and you will not be allowed in. Normal temperature. Normal temperature.
listen to this. A local Chinese restaurant is taking drastic measures to keep the staff and customers from the coronavirus. So no one is allowed to be seated without a temperature check. So the temperature check may be the new norm as this virus continues to spread.
I have passed out probably 6 times in the past 6 weeks.
You have to move back. You have to remember your spacing. Move back. It's too close. If you can touch the person in front of you, that means you're way too close. If you can touch the person in front of you, you can touch the person in front of you. You can touch the person in front of you. That means you're way too close.
Alright, I'm going to shut her down. Thank you guys for hanging out. I was sort of busy. But honestly, we just need to, I guess, encourage everybody to realize how real life is. I don't know. It's getting real. It's gonna get real. It already is real. Alright, you guys have a wonderful evening. It really is a effed up world, yep. But I'm gonna smile and laugh till I'm out of here, then smile and laugh some more. That's a good attitude. JJ, I like that. Yeah. So, yeah, this was a kind of a oddball stream. You know what? Let me show you something. I'm still streaming. I'll probably make a video of this, but I just gotta show you guys. This is what the reason why I made this, or why I live streamed right now. And then I just kept going because I don't have anything else to do. Let's see, desktop. Alright, I gotta move this up here. And then, okay, so this is the video. And I'm trying to find my comments. You'll see where they are when you see them. I don't know if it had to be towards the end. Or no, I don't know. Let's see. Oh wait, maybe it was way back here. I don't know. Might take a second to find it. Because I don't know when I came into the stream. Let's see. I'm trying to... I was on the keyboard the whole time because you'll see why. Okay, I don't know where it was. Let's see. I think it was just him. I think he was done talking with someone. I think. Yeah, it must be right here. Somewhere here. Maybe. I don't know. If I don't find it pretty soon, I'll just let it go. But I just wanted to show you guys how you can get a chat like this going without even trying to. But it's not like I'm doing anything wrong or they're doing anything wrong. It's just, it's like this topic, you can tell there's some, it's a powerful subject. I don't know where I was. Let's see. It had to be towards the end or no? Maybe it was like, I'm looking at the backgrounds. I don't recognize any. I wasn't really watching it though, because he was streaming for a while. So let's see here. I might remember seeing that moon. I remember seeing the, like the blood moon. Like that right there, I think. Let's try right there. Just to see. What we're looking for is my name, or my channel name. Let's just skip around a little bit. I think this is the right video. It should be. Yeah, it is. So apparently I don't know where it was. I thought I did. And my computer's probably a little slow. Because these people were the same people I was talking to. Most of them were. Maybe it was here. Who knows? It was for probably like for a half hour though. Or let me think here. What time did he... Okay, it streamed 3 hours ago. This isn't going to get us too close. Let me think. 3 hours ago. So yeah, maybe it was earlier in the video. I thought his guest was already gone or something. I don't know. Let's go way back here and see. Oh yeah, there we are. I found it. I'll just show you what, like, I want to see what I said first to, like, to get, because I'm a moderator on MCToon's channel. He's a cool dude, and like I'm polite or whatever. And people insult me, but it's just let me just keep going back to, it must have been towards the beginning of the show, I guess. Okay. Looks like I wasn't there yet. Let's find my comment here. There we are. There's me. Oh, they were talking. He was talking about the solar eclipse doesn't work on a flat Earth or something like that. MCToon said that, I think. Let's see if we can, maybe we'll just, let's check it out.
So if you don't know, a week ago I did, or 2 weeks ago, I did a video, and I needed somebody to do, I wanted somebody to do like the voiceover of the legal case claims in a British accent. And
okay, so he already said it, but what I said was the solar eclipse shadow doesn't work too well on a globe. How to make a 70-mile diameter shadow with an object that is 2,158 miles in diameter. Try it. Doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. Make a shadow. Go outside and try it. It doesn't work that way. So let's just see here. You get like 15 people trying to talk to you at once, and then they think you're being rude if you don't answer them all, you know? I don't think they're like that. They're nice. Some of them are, but some are just pretty insulting. But it doesn't really matter. That's not why I go to these channels. It's because of guys like The Batch, that he's just like obviously a nice guy. If you guys were at the beginning of this stream. Okay, so Mute Doggy says the eclipse works just fine on the globe. Just because you don't understand it, doesn't make it wrong. Remember when I was talking about you shouldn't discount other people? We're all the same. Funny you can get a range of sizes when modeled. Not modeled with the sun. You can do it with the lights. I'm talking about the sun. The sun is shining on the moon and making a dot on shining on the earth and making a dot 70 miles wide when the moon goes in front of it. But the moon's 2,000 miles wide. Sorry. Go outside and play with some shadows. You'll see what I mean. Funny you can get a range of sizes when modeled. Okay. Then when does the globe model predict the appearance and time of the eclipse on all locations in Earth? I don't think it does. And why don't you tell me how you do that? And does that even matter? I'm actually looking at some of these now, and I'm just doing it live, so because I'd be doing it anyway. Okay, so those are, I don't want to miss any either. It's hard to answer them all, and his chat goes pretty fast. So Syph says, do you still think that star trails prove the stars are moving? Oh. I wrote, so who can use the sun to make a shadow of something smaller than the object casting it? And I don't mean like, I think Mr. Sensible did a demonstration with the sun and a shadow being smaller. But we're talking, that's not the scale we're talking. We're talking 2,158 miles down to 70 miles. 70. So that's, what is that? 30 times? Yeah, something like that. 30 times smaller. Okay? Not just the edges a little bit blurred. 30 times smaller. And distinct edges. You know what? I'll see if I have it here. I do have it, actually. A video. Do you guys want to see a video of the 70-mile shadow as it passes over? I have a video of it. In 2017, I took a video of it, and it was actually different than I expected. Let me find it. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's right here. Let's see. I filmed the eclipse, too. While I was doing, whoops, where is it here? Oh, it should be called Well, there's the solar eclipse. Shadow? Oh, I think it's in a different... I think I know where it is, but... why don't I do this? Here's the eclipse. We'll come back to these comment things. Whoa! So... this was with a Nikon P900. So that's the sun, that's the moon, and on the ground, let me grab the shadow here. I gotta find it, but I think I know where it is. It's an old one, so I think I know where it is. I think we'll see. We'll see. Kind of feel like I'm kind of doubting it now. Let's see here. I did a time lapse of the shadow going over. I took a GoPro and pointed it just up at the moon or the sun, whatever, and took a time lapse for the whole thing. And it's like only 10 seconds or something. I'll find it. I'm determined. Because someone actually, I think in one of these comments I brought it up. So I was just going to show my image of it. Where is it though? Okay, so it's not there. So it should be in... oh, it's right here. I know where it is. It's for sure in here. Here we go. I think. Yep, 10 seconds. Should be this one. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so... did you guys see that? Isn't that cool right there? Like that solar, whatever they call it, prominence. Pretty cool. So here's the shadow from the ground. 2.5 minutes. See those sharp edges? That is not a umbra and a penumbra. Sorry. Science, your science is fooling you. That's all I can say. Look at that shadow. That's the eclipse. That's totality. Right there. 2.5 minutes long. I was right in the center of it. See those edges? It was like light, dark, light. So, all I can say is that shadow is troublesome for your globe and your faraway sun. Plus, the sun and moon are the same size, and they're disks. That's what Enoch said. Okay, so star trails, yeah, they certainly do prove that the stars are moving. So, apparently I'm wrong for that already. Do you still think that star trails proved stars are moving? So anyway, I gotta skip forward, I guess. Okay, so I wrote... oh wait, no, there's more. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, then Syph wrote... that had been shown on video several times. Okay. Real Cygnus. It's fine not to understand, or to not understand. And then at Syph I wrote... go out into your backyard and look at the sky. I assure you, they are moving. The stars. So then, Reg Liptic, do you understand the difference between the umbra and penumbra? I do. But there is no... look at the video. Look at the shadow. That's not an umbra and a penumbra. That is a shadow with a direct, like a line for the edge. JJ asks if I think it's a black sun object covering the sun and not the moon. I actually think it's the moon myself. I mean, I don't know that, but I think it's just basically like, I don't understand it, but Enoch talks about portals that they go through or whatever. And apparently, and some of their courses, and I don't know when, but the moon will pass in front, like on the new moon or whatever. But I don't know very much about it. I just know that it was really cool to have that happen during the day. It got like dark during the day. It was really weird. But you could actually see around you, because we were in Nebraska, and it was like you can see really far. It's pretty flat there, but it's kind of like hilly, but you can still see really far, or at least where we were. And it seems like you could see outside of the shadow. It was dark where you were, but if you looked around, you could see it was daylight, like way far away. I think it's the moon, probably. Thank you, Dirty White Goy, if I said that right. Yeah, why do people that are, fighting or debating for the globe, why do they have a problem admitting that the stars are moving? Everybody knows that the stars are moving. Everybody knows the constellations move throughout the year. How do we have a year? How do we have... motion of stars. Now, to say why that is, that's a totally different subject. It's simple to just say, yeah, the stars do move. They move over the earth. It's obvious. I mean, they all rise in the east and set in the west. That means they're moving. There's really no reason to argue about it. But anyway, let's see, afterward. So who can use the sun to make a shadow of something smaller than the object casting it? Absolutely everyone. How do they do that? Because honestly, I don't know how they do that. You can't do that. I can prove it. Let me prove it. Because I tested it with my drone. I'll show you. I think I still have that. Oh, there it is. I wouldn't delete it. So I took my drone, made a shadow on the road with my drone, and tested it out. Look how the shadow just stays the same size as the drone goes away, but it gets like less defined. See that? Is there a mini drone there on the road? No. If you go far enough away, it just kind of washes out. Scatters out or whatever. That's just crazy. A simple experiment. Not even an experiment. You can do it with your hand and the sun. Now, if you go in a room and it has two lights, it won't look like that. It'll do something else. Or even probably... I don't know if... I don't really know very much about that. But look it on the screen. There's my drone. 2 feet off the ground. As I go up. See that? It's not shrinking. There's not a mini drone on the road. It's the same size. Same size. Compare it with those black lines there. Same size. Went up about, 100 feet or something. It's kind of cool to watch, actually. Okay. So, back to this. Okay, I just wanted to show you guys, let's see. I lost it a little bit. Okay. Mute Donkey says, if you are only counting the penumbra, it has been many times on YouTube. Only counting the penumbra. The penumbra is like supposed to be like the outside part of the shadow. Like but the umbra would be, we'll look it up right now just to make sure. Umbra. Oh, really? Okay, let's see. The fully shaded inner region of a shadow cast by an opaque object, especially the area on the Earth or Moon, experience the total phase of an eclipse. That's because that's where that comes from. You can do that with artificial light. If you have light in more than one place, do it with the sun. Because that's the reality. We're talking about an eclipse, right? That's the sun, not a light in your demonstration room or whatever, or your photography booth. Just do it with the sun. I just did it with my drone. You watched it, so there you go. Let's see. Okay, then Saif asks MCToon if he can show me the star trail photos that he sent to him. Star trails prove the stars. Okay, he is in chat saying he still thinks star trails prove the stars are moving. You guys, when I do star trails, okay, who's the insane one here? When I do star trails, I set my camera outside and I don't ever touch it. And what happens? The stars move in the viewfinder. That's just one example. Go out right now, and if you live anywhere near me or pretty much anywhere, you're going to see stars in the sky. If you mark a few of them and measure the angle to the star, come back 1 hour later, you will notice that it will have moved 15 degrees. There's observations of things we all observe in this world. Literally going outside and looking up at the sky, you can figure out on your own that the stars are moving. It's not that difficult. Who's insane? Like MCToon and these guys. I like these guys, but are you serious? Like MCToon isn't gonna take the argument with Saif because he is like more maybe responsible in this talking about this. Now he's on the other side of the he's the opposite team to me, but MCToon will know what I'm saying. And he's acknowledged what I'm saying as far as the stars moving. Him and Fight the Flat Earth. They're like, yeah, from the Earth, or if you're from the Earth, basically, the stars appear to move. That's it. That's like, and then if you're on a spinning globe with a spinning atmosphere, it's stationary to you if you're living on that globe. So I'm not even like arguing with those points. I'm saying there's a different way to look at it. And it's the actual way. Like, watch these comments. It's crazy. I can't believe I'm live streaming like 3 hours, 20 minutes already. But this chat wasn't available when I was going for it earlier. So let's see. Effed Up World wrote, yes, Reg elliptic, but I didn't film a penumbra. So let's look, just to be clear, let's look up penumbra, because I don't know what they define it as. It's the outer part of the shadow. Like when my drone, it was like defined when it was close down, but as you go back, it gets less defined. It like gets fuzzy kind of. Let's see. Okay. The partially shaded outer region of the shadow cast by an opaque object. So it's like, oh, let's look at the images. They probably have great example images. I don't want to see their Earth diagram. See, it's all this stuff. Let's see. Yeah. Why do they have to use the Earth and all this? Because that's the only way that they can do it anyway. Okay, here's one that just says light source. Oops, I clicked the wrong one somehow. Okay, this is a concept. And if you're in a room with a big light source, I'm sure it works. Hi, Beck from Oz. I thought I'd be asleep too. No, I've just been on a weird sleep schedule. It's a great concept and it'll probably work in any demonstration, but I'm talking about the sun and the moon and then a actual shadow on the Earth. Ooh, I think so, Beck. I think so. Let's. I think I am. I'm just trying to think of. Sometimes I get caught working. But, and I don't know my schedule tomorrow. But let's plan on it. Let's plan on it. 7:30 CST tomorrow night. Awesome. Haven't talked to you guys for a while. But yeah, so the light source and the umbra, penumbra, that's what they're saying it is, okay? So we're concerned about the umbra. So let me go back to this video. I want you to tell me, where is the penumbra in this video that I took of that eclipse shadow? Where's the... All I'm saying is my video seriously does not match their theory, their explanation. I'm trying to find it. I'm limited on my... Oh, where is it? On my video grabbing here. Oh, there it is. I can only see 2 at a time on the... Okay. Where's this penumbra? You guys show me where the penumbra starts and where it ends. Here, I'll pause it when the thing's going by. Okay. Which part is the penumbra? On the right or on the left? Okay, there. Now we're under the totality. Whoops, somehow I'm playing that video on a different... on my media player. I must have double-clicked it or something. I'm sorry, I stopped it at the wrong spot. I was going to stop it at the end of the... Okay. Where's this penumbra? Tell me. You tell me where the penumbra is. Seriously. Is it on the left or the right? Or... It was like a quick change, guys. It was very unexpected. I'm walking around going, I thought it would be like pretty dark before the totality. No. Maybe like 30 seconds or a minute before, maybe it started feeling like really different. Like it was getting dark or something, like it. But and then it just suddenly got dark. And here's what the video looks like. This is a time lapse. And the shadow, the entirety of the shadow is 2.5 minutes, if I remember right. And so the shadow, the edges are only a few seconds. What I'm saying is the shadow does not have a penumbra. That's just on this piece of paper that it has a penumbra. You tell me where the penumbra is. Look at the clouds. You can tell by how fast they're moving how big the shadow is. Okay, see that? It's a very distinct line. So I guess what I'm getting at, here's the, this was doing that, okay? This is what that was. That shadow was caused by this. Because I filmed it, I was right there. And I filmed up in the sky, the shadow. I filmed the eclipse itself. I have time lapses of it. I have tons of footage of it. And I'm just saying that, see, watch, as you can see the moon passing to the left and down, kind of. Look how it's going to get brighter on the right side. And it'll get so bright that we won't be able to see that prominence anymore. See how it disappears? See how it's getting bright there? It's just slowly moving by. And that's the shadow we get on the ground, you guys. A 70-mile wide shadow. That moon is not 2,000 miles wide. Unless you feel you're comfortable with making up your own reality. Going back to the desktop, this right here, this light source and this umbra and penumbra, this concept, that has nothing to do with an eclipse. I don't know who, like, how many eclipses, how many people, like, have a video of the shadow going over on an eclipse when there's clouds so you can clearly see the change in shadow. I'm just saying that was just kind of a lucky situation, right? Where I end up with this video. Where did it go? This video right here. If there wasn't clouds, it would be hard to tell where the shadow line was. But since the clouds were there, you could really tell. And I just stuck a GoPro. But how many people have taken a time lapse of the shadow? Well, all the people that are talking about a penumbra have not. Like all these people in this chat, okay? There's a reason why I would believe that there's a different explanation. There is a very good reason. I don't just come up with an idea. So let's keep going here. I just want to show you how there's like everyone will start talking to me at once. Okay, mute donkey. How do you know the stars move and you do not? The visual change would be the same. Oops, I can't go any lower. Okay. Whoa. See what I mean? Okay, so there were things happen in reality. LOL, you're funny. What did I say? Oh, I wrote, Syph, well, I am talking about reality, not a hypothetical situation. Because he took a picture of a turning, did a star trail, or maybe, I think it was him, took a star trail video while turning the camera, and there was some lights on, Christmas lights or something on the ceiling, and they looked like star trails. And I don't know what he thinks that's proof of, but let's see here. The photos are very real. It's just not stars but Christmas lights that make the trails, with the camera spun by hand. What is he saying? I don't even know what he's saying. I think he's just saying that I really want Earth to be turning, so shut up. That's what he's saying. Okay. This guy says, yes, stars do move. Thank you. But you'll never be able to tell without a fair amount of time and some precision instrument. No, you can tell. All you do is you just, like, you can really notice in, like, if you have a tree or something, if you're sitting in a chair and you have a tree and you line up a star, with, like, you just notice it. They really move fast. 15 degrees an hour. That's really moving. I mean, it's slow, but they move the same speed as the sun moves pretty much, going over us each day. Think about that. That's how, well, if you say the sun moves, obviously the sun moves. It rises in the east and sets in the west, right? Obviously it moves, just like the Bible says. Goes forth like a runner in a race or something. I can't ever remember those verses quite right. A circuit, like a racetrack. And you can see it early in the morning, especially this time of year, at least where I live. The sun comes up it looks like it's coming up in the north. But it's like northeast. And then it sets in the, like, northwest. Like when there's a good amount of light during the day. The sun is like, it's doing a circle right over our heads. But you just can't see it for the whole circle. But let's see what we got here. Verillion says, so southern stars move too, right? Yes. According to your reference frame, and they move in a circle and not in a straight line, which should happen on a flat Earth. They wouldn't move in a flat Earth, or they wouldn't do anything different on a flat Earth. The sky is what it is. So I don't care if you're on a globe or where you think you live. The sky is turning. It's obvious. We have videos of it. We have eyes to see it. We have months and years that prove it. The sky is a clock that the world has used forever. It's the most precision clock of any sky available. Really, come on. Let's see here. Okay, no, they wouldn't be in a straight line on a flat Earth. They do exactly what they do right now. So that only gives evidence for movement, not what is moving. Well, I make an observation that the ground is not moving. You do too. We all do. So on that ground that's not moving, because if it was moving, you'd be terrified. Has anyone ever lived through an earthquake? I have never experienced an earthquake. I can only imagine, though. I do not like not being balanced. You know, like, I actually I did fall off the ladder the other day, but it was only like 3 or 4 rungs up, and I landed on one foot. Didn't even get hurt. And it could have been a bad situation. It was on concrete, and I had my hands full. It was a mess, but I somehow saved it. Landed on one foot and rolled right out of it. Thought I broke my phone because I had it in my back pocket, but I had a case and it didn't even break. So there you go. I did hammer my index finger today, though. A good one, too. That always feels good. Let's see. So that only gives evidence for movement. No, it's evidence. The evidence is that the stars are the ones that are moving because they're the ones that are moving. This is called reality. And look at what these people are doing. They're actually in general, they call me stupid for simply pointing out that they're believing the opposite of what the truth is. They're believing the opposite of what they experience, of the reality that they live in. Let's see here. Okay, we were down further. Okay, I keep forgetting I'm probably skipping my comments. Oh yeah, Mute Donkey. I agree that it would be the same, but the fact is that the stars move when I point my camera at them. That's just simple, guys. Okay, and then I said to Saif, you showed that to me, not relevant. His star trail thing. He took Christmas lights, pointed a camera at him, turned the camera, and did star trails. And that maybe that proves that you can put your camera on something turning and get star trails. If you have lights that you're turning, or that you're not turning. I think that's what he's saying. But I don't think that really proves anything. At all. Okay. So yeah, I said not relevant. And then Saif said, I did not. I told you how you could do it to show the star trails don't prove the stars are moving. It could be us moving. And you admitted that. But now you go back on that claim. No, Saif. I'm honest. That's what I am. I'm not going back on anything. I'll be clear. Because if I haven't been clear enough already. If you were on an Earth, if you were on the Epcot ball at whatever SeaWorld or whatever it is, Epcot Center, that big, if you were on something like that, if you were on a globe and you lived there, like you were standing on that thing because there was gravity at the center of it and you were forced towards the center. If that was the world you were in, you could be rotating on that Earth, on that globe. You could be rotating on that one time per day. One, for Irish Demon, 1 RPM per day. One revolution per day. And it would be as if it was stationary for you living there. Because the atmosphere is moving right along with it. So you wouldn't even know that it was turning. Rotating, I should say. And if there were stars that were not turning, and your globe was in the room with those stars, and it was turning, you might see some star trails. That's obvious. So if that is something that I have to admit, I don't think I have to admit that, but it could be us moving, if we wanted it to be. Now we are talking about hypothetical situations when we're talking about the globe, because in reality, the thing that all these people, these guys in this chat don't want to admit is the simple truth. And it's really not even like too much of a debate. Because they'll debate that the Earth is turning, and that's why we see star trails. When I put my camera out on that Earth, and they should agree with this too. If the Earth was turning and the stars weren't, you'd get star trails. If the Earth was stationary, like it is, and the stars were turning, like they are, you'd get star trails. Pick or choose whatever one you want. That's really what this is. I don't have to admit anything. Reality is reality, whether you admit it or not. The stars are moving, and he says it could be us moving. Only if you want it to be, man. Only if you imagine it. I'm just going through these comments because there were some that were kind of funny. But Mute Donkey says, how does the space station in any way help you? Oh, I forgot what I was writing. Okay, I wrote, it is actually easy to know that the stars move. The whole sky is moving. Ask the space station. It is moving, isn't it? We had to build a rocket and burn a bunch of fuel to accelerate up to a certain speed, right? Of course it's moving. Just like the stars are moving. It's not a I don't know why they want to argue with these simple things that I'm pointing out. It's not like I'm really even saying anything interesting. I'm just saying, I'm almost like trying to keep them a little more honest. Like, seriously, guys, you're fighting with the obvious truth. So, let's see. What do we got here? Mute Donkey says, how does the space station in any way help you? Its movement, there you go. Its movement makes more sense on a globe, and it has video of the globe. Okay. I would expect it to have video of something not real, like the globe. The ISS is not the sky. No, but it's in the sky that's moving. There's no drag when you're in that darkness. There's no drag. I mean, almost no drag. You throw something and it just continues on. Just keep going. Bottomless pit. Okay, so I wrote everything that has ever been, or wait, Safe, I wrote up here. Here's an experiment you can do that will show you that the stars are moving. Go outside at night, measure the angle to any star in the sky, then repeat an hour later. It will be blatantly obvious to you that the star moved. And that's a guarantee, because that's how the sky works. So then I wrote, everything that has ever been to space is moving orbital velocity. Moving! Has to be moving. Otherwise there is no such thing as space. There's not. Has to be moving sideways. You go sideways to get into hell. That's what I know now. That's what I've learned in the last couple years. Mandevil says, effed up world. But it's exactly the same result if the Earth is the one rotating. Are you trolling? See, do you even get what you're saying, Mandevil? Why would you choose what you don't observe over what you do observe? Even if they are the same result. Why would you choose the opposite of reality and then consider that to be reality? Doesn't make any sense to me. And this, and I'm just talking on these two simple topics. Okay, we're gonna keep going, just through a few of these. Okay, where were we? Okay, Saif says, that is the Earth spinning, not the stars moving. We have two celestial poles, impossible on a flat Earth. No, it's not. I got a video. I got a video called, it was called Star Rotation Over Flat Earth or something like that. 10-minute video. And I go to, what was it? Stellarium. And we go to the north and we go to the south and we look every direction and realize that the sky is really, really huge. And it's really understandable. It really is. And we only get to see it, part of it, because we can only see so much. But let's see here. So that's your opinion, Saif, DK. I hope I'm saying that right. Microraptor says, how do you tell the difference between you or the stars moving? Well, if it was me that was moving, I would be moving. I can sit in a chair. I don't have to move. The stars move. Go outside right now. Like I said. Do some science for once. Microraptor, Mandevil, Scythe DK. Do some science. Seriously. Go outside. Measure the angle to whatever star you can find. Go out an hour later. Measure the angle to that star. Go out an hour later. Measure the angle to that star. Do a little science. Does it move at a constant rate? Yes. And does it move 15 degrees per hour? Yes. Is that an observation that all these globe heads are scared of admitting or scared of just realizing that it's true? Do some science for once. You guys say we're anti-science or pseudoscience. That's what Craig's been telling me on Facebook Messenger. That I do pseudoscience. And I talked to him about the same things. I'm like, but the stars are moving though. You can call it pseudoscience or whatever you want, but the whole sky is moving fast. The whole sky is. Just like Enoch's was shown. What did it say? I'm going to read that verse because that's an important one. Okay, he said, I saw the four winds which bear the earth and the firmament of the heaven. Oh yeah, he said, oh yeah, these are the pillars of the heaven. I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. The stars are certainly moving, and they're moving fast. And the space station's moving, and it's moving fast. And any meteor that's ever come in, or anything that's ever been in space, is moving sideways fast. Don't tell me that space isn't moving, or the sky isn't moving. You'd have to be nuts. What are rockets for? Do some science again. Do some math. Why would we need rocket fuel then? I love the look on MCToon's face right there. I should screenshot that. I'm gonna zoom in and get Toon on there. Oh, what happened? Excuse me. I think my mouse battery's dying. We gotta get Toon nice and centered in there and get a nice snapshot for him. I'll put it on Facebook for him. Oh, it's got his name even. Nice. Okay, right there. Alright, we got it. Let's see here. Let's go over to that picture. Okay, first I gotta zoom out. Okay, check this out. There we go. MCToon. Worst rapper in the world, I've heard. That's what I heard. Okay, back to desktop. This is kind of fun, but I'm really tired. I'm just kind of going through these here. Okay. Impossible on a flat Earth. Oh, effed up world. Orbital. Orbital can only happen on a sphere. Well, that's just a word that is used. Orbital. Doesn't mean it's going around a globe. It means it's going around in a circle. And I said, random things. Yes, independent of Earth, just like the rest of the sky. Where is this? Random things. ISS is moving independent of Earth, though. I said, independent of Earth, just like the rest of the sky. All the stars are moving independent of Earth. Sir Little Wolf wrote, just because it's in space doesn't mean orbits. Yeah, it does. It's not going to stay up there then. It's not going to be in space if it doesn't orbit something. And it has to have a high enough orbital velocity to maintain its orbit. Or it's just going to fall. You could send a rocket up as high as you want, and it's just coming right back down. Jeff Bezos, ask him about it. He knows all about that. Might be a fun ride, though. Okay. So, Sir Little Wolf, even though I think Sir Little Wolf, if I remember right, might be a nice guy. I can't remember some of these. Just because I see their names all the time, but... Okay. Sorry. Let's see here. Mute Donkey says... Oh wait, hold on. Afterworld, it's not the stars which are moving in your little proposed experiment. Yeah, it is. I think he was talking about the experiment where you go outside and measure the angle to a star and then go do it, repeat it. Your conclusion would be that the stars were moving. Everyone's conclusion would be that the stars are moving. Every scientist concludes that the stars are moving. Every astronomer agrees that the stars are moving. Are you people nuts? Southern Hemisphere Globehead just said it's not the stars which are moving in your little proposed experiment. It is, though. Okay, Mute Donkey says, either you are a troll or don't understand how you are debunking yourself. I'm not debunking myself. Let's see. I wrote, Sir Little Wolf, someone needs to learn about how to get into space. LOL. And the reason why I write that is because what happens is one of these people will say something, oh, I work, I work, some military thing or something, and they work on something that's, good information to know or whatever. People latch on to that, and then they'll start to act as if they know all about it. And they'll say things like, just because it's in space doesn't mean it orbits. They'll say things like that and kind of show everyone that they're just... What's that called? Is that like the... like a lynch mob, Like what? Like there's probably only one person or two people that are like angry or something, and then people just join in. Is that how that goes? Let's see here. Guess what? Both the ISS and Earth are moving at the same time. Good theory. Justin Franks says satellites at the Lagrange points aren't orbiting the Earth. Oh, now that's a good point. That is a good point, Justin Franks. Justin Franks is actually, I got a lot of respect for him too. Because he has some knowledge about SpaceX. And he corrected me one time because I was misunderstood about how many Dragon capsules that SpaceX had built of the version 1. They built 14 of them, and I thought they only built 10. But I realized that they only used 10 for the CRS missions. The other 4 were like test vehicles and mainly for tests, I guess. I think. I don't know what else they could use them for, but so I looked into that, and he was right, I'm sure that was Justin Franks. So, but he wasn't rude about it. He was just very polite about it. He said, "No, actually," because he showed me he sent me a link to a web page that I hadn't been to before, and it had a lot of information on it about SpaceX Dragon capsules specifically. So good for you, Justin Franks. But that's a good point. At Lagrange points, they aren't orbiting the Earth. They're stuck in between. Well, yeah, I don't even know. I have to learn more about those. But yeah, you're right. Those ones are certainly unique. Let's see here. Sir Little Wolf says, yes, one of us does need to learn. Yes. And then Scythe said, how does your test differentiate whether it's the stars or Earth moving? It can't. That's why we use other methods to see that it is the Earth moving, like gyroscopes. So you actually trust a gyroscope more than everybody in the world? Everybody in the world knows the stars move. Hey, Joe Mama, good to see you. Always good to see you. Awesome. Doc Michael even. Wow, you guys are awesome. Trump won. Cool. Yeah, I'm just like talking, but I went over to this chat tonight, and it got like, they just kind of, they get really offended, it seems like, or Scythe DK'd it anyway. So then he said, or I keep forgetting to read my comments. Okay. I must have taken some crazy pills earlier. People are actually trying to say that the stars don't move in the night sky. Sheesh. Like, I'm still saying that. That doesn't make any sense. It does not lend to the credibility of the globe, guys. That you can't figure out that it's like a pride issue if you can't admit that the stars move. Everybody knows that the stars move. Even look at Toon. He's even laughing. I'm just kidding. Oh, wow. Scythe writes, the stars appear to move because the Earth is rotating. Can't forget about that Earth rotating, can you? You just got to add it on to the end of your sentence. Reg Lipstick says, they are moving, but not at millions of times of the speed of light. What? Okay. Thank you, Reg Elliptic, for admitting they're moving. Because you're right, they are moving. Somebody's smart in here. Okay, Microraptor says, gyroscope shows Earth moves. It's like, okay, you have an amazing set of human senses. So what you're going to do is lock yourself in a closet without any way to see outside. And you're going to devise an instrument that tells you whether or not that closet is moving. And when you're in that closet, you have your instrument. It's going to show you that it's moving, and you're going to believe it because you never left the closet and looked outside of the closet to realize that the closet never moved. Step out of your box, globe guys. Seriously. It's not like, yeah. Okay, in the frame of reference, this is what Mandevil says. In the frame of reference of the night sky, the stars move. Happy? Oh, there you go. See, they got to have the right words in there, otherwise they're like grossed out by saying it. I think I commented back to him on that, if I remember right. I was also, during this, I was trying to set up this live stream, so I wasn't in it the whole time. I wrote, I observe the Earth not rotating, though. Look at the ground. Is it rotating? Oh, Mute Donkey wrote, or the Earth rotated. Okay, This person, real sickness, disregard that it can be either or both. Could be either or both, obviously. There's the batch. Let's see here. So before that, yeah. Okay, the batch writes, you have to show that the stars are actually moving. The observation alone isn't enough. But the observation shows that they're moving. That is the observation. You make it to the batch. Just as same as I do. Everybody knows that the stars move. I'm going to start saying that more often. Everybody knows. I'm just going to say it like that because it kind of puts it into perspective. Like, every astronomer knows that the stars move. Every scientist knows that the stars move. Every human being alive knows that the stars move. Now that's some widespread knowledge to be spitting at, isn't it? Think about it. The observation isn't enough. No, that's 7 billion people observed it? That's an important observation. Your gyroscope's going to have to stay in the closet, okay? Your gyroscope is not measuring the Earth moving. It is not. It's probably measuring light. And probably somehow light gives, light turns, because we can look up at the stars and realize that they do turn 15 degrees per hour, and they are light. God put them in the firmament to give light upon the earth. So your instrument probably picks up light from the heavens. That's just the only thing that makes sense to me, because I know that the ground isn't moving, and it never has moved. So I'm going to just say that your instruments need to stay in the closet. They're not working correctly. Or they might work correctly, but you're interpreting them for your globe. So you can continue living in a lie. Okay. Saif says, the stars only appear to move because of the Earth's rotation. No, the stars appear to move because of... It doesn't matter why. They appear to move because they appear to move. Because they move. It's obvious that they move. Your test cannot differentiate whether we are moving or the stars. But I'm not worried about us. We know that the ground isn't... We know it's not moving. Even if we're on a spinning globe, it's as if the ground isn't moving. Which they always point out. But then if I say it, they'll argue with it. Isn't that funny? Okay, then Microraptor says, F World will never listen. This isn't new stuff to him. That's true, Microraptor. I do listen, though. I listen to everything you guys say. I hear every word of it. And I don't discount it, because I do treat you guys as if you were me. You know what I'm saying? I'm no more valuable than anybody else's. So, let's see. Did I skip one of my comments? No, I didn't. You are rotating with it, so you can't just look at it. Okay, so there's one that was kind of agreeing with, or saying that it would be stationary, basically, if it was rotating and you were rotating with it. Saif says, stand on a merry-go-round, look down. It will appear to be still when rotating. But it's rotating, and it's a merry-go-round, and we're talking about Earth, so try to stay on point. That's what I would say. The merry-go-round is a merry-go-round. Doesn't matter if the floor looks still. It's still a merry-go-round. Mandeville says, come on, man. Look at the ground. Is it rotating? Is like looking at the floor of a train and asking, is it moving? No, but the floor of the train shouldn't be moving if the train's moving. Or if the train's sitting still. The floor of the train should always just be the train, you know? And so if the train was moving, the floor would appear to be not moving if you're in the train. But the train would be moving. I don't know what that has to do with Earth, though. I would stay on point. Okay, then Mute Donkey says, but its rotation can be detected. Can it now? Yeah. It's like, I got this miracle healing gel. Heals all wounds and all ailments. $3.99. You can pick it up on the corner. Yeah, it sounds like a good buy, doesn't it? Okay, let's see here. Oh man, these people won't let go. Where am I? Okay, Scythe, use a camera and do a time lapse. I guarantee you will see the stars moving and your camera won't need to move at all. Man Devil says, you're just being silly now. Maybe I am. Brilliant says, Afterworld, the camera is fixed to a rotating Earth. Oh my. Oh my. What if the camera is just sitting on the Earth that's not moving? That's what the reality of it is. Scythe says, I got trails using Christmas lights and spinning the camera. Sorry, star trails don't prove the stars to be moving. Oh. Ouch, Scythe, you got me. I seriously can't even believe that. You spun your camera, or you're saying to spin a camera, and you'll get star trails if you spin it looking at lights. Well, yeah. But what if you don't spin it looking at lights that are spinning? Will they appear to be spinning? They will. So it's like the opposite. Like he's got to say the opposite of reality even in his example. That's weird. He spun his camera. Why would you spin your camera? Why don't you leave the camera sitting still like you do in real life? Man. And right behind that ceiling where you had those Christmas lights mounted was the actual stars turning above there. Come on. Like, right above the roof, you know? Right outside. Up above the roof. Man. So I wrote, Mute Donkey, I observe a stationary ground beneath my feet. Where do you live? Mute Donkey says, but your camera is on a moving surface. Says you. Says you. Not me. Here's the batch again. Are you being willfully ignorant? You can't stop at an observation. You have to then show what's actually moving. It's shown in the video. I could show you the video again. Or I got an image of it, I guess, this time. It should be the same, though, or similar. Yeah, this right here. Let's see. Should be similar. Take it from the same spot on top of a car in my backyard. Is on top of a 64 Fairlane, if you needed to know. See the stars moving? That's why I say the stars are moving. Because they're moving. And you just have to actually acknowledge the truth. It's so simple, too. It's just like, I'm just saying that they're moving, and the reason why I believe this stuff is because I've learned to look at it a different way from the prophets and from the Holy Spirit. They can teach you new things that you didn't know. And the things are true. They put everything else to shame. Like they when you start to understand something in a different way, it just ruins the other thing that you used to believe. It's not a thing anymore. And it's like shocking that people actually believe that anymore. A spinning ball in a deep, dark abyss. You think that's where you live? I feel bad for you. Mute Donkey, on a rotating planet. Man Devil. And in a moving car, you observe a stationary floor under your feet, too. Are you just trolling now? This is stupid. Yeah, this is stupid, isn't it, Man Devil? Why are you talking about a car? A moving car? With a stationary floor? Of course. Every car's got a stationary floor in it, unless, like, it's really rusty. I had a truck one time. I had to do some work on the floor. I had to put some plastic on the floor. In the floor. Underneath the carpet. And had to redo the carpet, and it was a big operation. Started on fire while I was doing it. Trying to weld something. It It was an 82 Ford. It was sweet. Got like a few miles a gallon at least. Okay, let's see here. I don't know why you would say that. Doesn't really have a point. A lot of the things, they always want to compare to like a merry-go-round. And it really doesn't actually say anything. Because they're talking about a merry-go-round. Let's see here. Maybe I skipped my comment. Oh yeah, I said MCToon, they're beating up on me here. Or beating me up here. LOL. Brilliant says, provide evidence the Earth is stationary from a non-Earth reference point. But I live on Earth. A non-Earth reference point. What are you going to do? Ride your bike or take your spaceship or what? Come on. Come on, man. Syph is just still going on this. No, it will only appear to have moved because Earth has rotated 15 degrees. I swear it's the Earth rotating. Oh. Yeah, Joe Mamas, that's right. Only the Fairlane can support the weight of that camera. Illuminati confirmed. That's good. Okay, so see, this is why I like the Batch. He's nice and polite. MCToon says, well, stop being a flatty. Open invitation. And then the Batch says, I'd like to hear your response to what Mandevil just said. What did Mandevil just say? Under your feet, too. Why would you, like, seriously, the Batch, no. That's dumb. I mean, it is. It's really dumb. We're not talking about a car moving. And a car moving is a car moving. Like, why would you, what does that have to do with the Earth? That's beneath your feet that never moves. You want to pretend it's moving. You want to pretend it's like you're in the Earth car and the floor is like, the ground. So you're moving and you're like driving around with mom or something in the Earth car. I don't get it. You're like in the back seat on the floor, like playing in the Earth dirt of the Earth car. Good thing it's not rusty so you don't fall through. And you're cruising around. Maybe that would make you feel better. I don't know. It's weird to me. Because it's really something that I never thought about it before. Now I do think about it. And because I think about it, I see the world in a different way. And I see everything in a different way. And it's probably the most important information that I could have ever learned. It is the most important information in the time we live in. Because it can get you to come away from evil that you don't even know is evil. None of us knew it was evil. But everything happening up in the sky should not be happening. Anything like commercial airlines, I think they should be happening. Because we have technology to do it. And we're not lifting a shout up against God when we're in the air, when we're in the earth. And that's what Enoch described. He said he saw the treasuries of all the winds. And he saw how God furnished with them the whole creation. They hold everything together. They hold everything up. So if you're in the air, well, I would consider that to be nothing against God. If you're flying through the air, like in an airplane or a jet or whatever, because he gave us the earth. He put us here. The earth is for us, right? For us to live on. And the air is a huge part of this earth. It is like the main part that holds all the other parts together. It's the pillars of the heaven. It's the end of the earth I read that wrong. At the end of the earth and the firmament of the heaven above. Let's see, I read that wrong. I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the path of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above. He says, and I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of the heaven. And it also says, he furnished with them the whole creation and the firm foundations of the earth. So the foundations of the earth there are the air or the winds. And it says, and I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the earth and the firmament of the heaven. That means like to hold it up. The four winds bear the earth and the firmament of heaven. And SpaceX Dragon is up there making them plumes. It's going to get real, folks. It's going to get real. Let's see here. Oh, I forgot. I still got them stars up there. Sorry. Well, stop being a flatty, Toon says. He's funny. Because you are being very, very silly and you know you are. Sir Little Wolf. Oh no. We are just asking you question. More like badgering the witness. What? What did I say? Oh, beating me up. Yeah, I was joking though. Wizard of Oz. Have you come back to the globe side? If you look at the floor of a... Come on, Mute Donkey, are you going to bring this up again? If you look at the floor of a vehicle someone else is driving so that you can't see out the window, you will not be able to see the car moving. Thank you for that info, Mute Donkey. I'll try to remember that. You're stand-up dude. So anyway, back to the Earth thing. They really want to change the subject a lot. And I said, can't go back to a falsehood after seeing the truth. Which is true. Sir Little Wolf says, what truth? Subscribe, Sir Little Wolf. You'll hear about it. This went on for a while, didn't it, guys? Like, I'm on 4 hours on my live stream. I haven't done one for like this for a while. So Elizabeth, let's see. Okay, we got more here. Oh, we got a lot more. Holy cow. Okay, so he said, what truth? When you find out you were wrong, will you just disappear quietly or will you come back and admit it? What truth? It's too bad you can't measure your truth. Nah, they're not beating you up after all. You still have a wrench. Good point, old school. I do got the wrench. Hey, MCToon has a wrench on my channel. He could come in here and start wrenching away. You never know. I said if I'm wrong, I'll have no problem admitting it. Because I don't know everything, guys. I don't know everything. I'm learning a lot, I'll tell you that much. I've been learning a lot for, like, oh, what did I do? Oh, wait. Where are we? They're like effed up where they can still be saved. Okay. Batch says, can you answer Mandevil about the moving car? Ah. Why do you guys want to talk about cars? I thought this was a flat earth debate channel. Ben D says, you are wrong. You haven't admitted it. Effed up world can still be saved. I have hope. Thanks, Harold. Whoa, Wizard of Oz. NASA lies, but I know for sure stars are demons. Alright, Wizard of Oz. You seem to have a problem saying you are wrong now. Man, Devil says, good on you then. Most just vanished quietly in embarrassment. I said, you all know I love every one of you and just have an opposing view of things. Because that's true. And I honestly think that that just trying to like talk with these people is difficult. Like, not to talk with them, I'm just saying this subject, because it is such a simple straightforward thing, and they just won't let go. Even though they agree, because everybody knows that the stars are turning and change position throughout the year and throughout the night. There isn't anybody that doesn't know that. 7 billion witnesses observe it. So you want to throw that away for your moving car hypothetical situation? What are you talking about a car for again? Mutaki says, you're wrong, I'll wait for you to admit it. That's funny. Maybe I am wrong. Okay. Real Cygnus, sorry, but it is indeed a perpetual false awakening that you are experiencing. There's not much you can do about it unless you're willing to restart at kindergarten. No joke. Yeah, I'm doomed, I guess. Real Cygnus. That's funny. Elizabeth says, start saving your money and you can go to space and see the globe yourself. Mute Donkey. Sounds like a deal. Oh, okay, he'll wait for me. But you don't admit it. Sit in a moving car and look at the floor. It will appear to be stationary. Photos I have taken show that star trails can be us moving, not the stars. Scythe is really determined to get me to understand that. The Batch says, Effed Up World, you're a food guy as far as I can tell? Or cool guy maybe, I don't know. There's just this one sticking point for me about observations. Scythe, sitting in a moving car is not anything like sitting still on the earth. The car's moving. Man, this went on for way too long. You've been told the flaws in your tests and you refuse to admit it. You are just dishonest now. I'm going to start talking in like character for these guys. And I'm not going to be imitating them, but I'll definitely add some pizzazz to Scythe. Let's see. Where were we? Scythe was just getting upset, I think. Okay. Oh, Sean Hawkins. Were you going to take the Polaris challenge? I don't get these guys, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Sir Little Wolf. Why does Barrow, Alaska go 2 months without sun and winter? I don't know, man. I really, truly, I have no idea. But if that's what happens, that's pretty cool. It'd be weird. Nah, the earth is moving beneath it. Okay. Too bad I observe that it isn't, and you don't observe it moving. So you ain't got really anything to add to the science, do you? 7 billion people observe it not moving. That's science. I think science would be concerned about the observations of everyone 24/7 for their whole life. Wow. Nobody ever observed the earth moving unless it was a landslide or an earthquake. That's the only case of the earth moving ever recorded. Oh, man. What's wrong with people in this time we live in? It's crazy. Nobody's ever seen any sign of the earth moving and then they're determined that it's rotating. It is. Okay. We detect the rotation of the earth. Do you deny that? Let me sit still on this stationary ground and think about that. Do I deny that? I think your equipment's crap, or you're measuring the wrong thing, or you're just confused about what you're measuring. And you're confused about the whole order of the stars, which is not a good thing, because you're deceived about it. And you're going to continue living on the globe is just going to keep you deceived about the sky and how you're misunderstood about what the stars are, what they do, which directions they go even, and what's at the center of them. That's what you really want to find out. but you think it's just an empty universe, a solar system. It's not. No one's ever seen a solar system. The only thing we've ever seen is the planets and the sun and the moon and the stars going over our heads, from coming up in the east, setting in the west. That's all we've ever seen. No one's ever seen a solar system. You actually think, like, if you think about it logically, the sun, you know, that goes over your head every day or whatever, comes up, rises, and when you get up in the morning and then you go to bed, it's dark, you know. Sun's like way over there. It's gone. That sun. Do you think you're, like, going around that sun? Or do you think it's more likely that the sun is going over your head from the east to the west? Think about it. Because I'm just saying the simple observation that the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, and I perceive it to be probably the same altitude or whatever you want to call it, from when I see it in the morning to when I see it set at night. It's probably the same altitude the whole time. And because of where I am, I get to see that part of the sun, that part of its orbit, its circuit. And if I was going to move somewhere else in the world, I'd get to see a different part of its orbit. But you couldn't see the whole orbit. Maybe like what this other person was saying in certain parts of Alaska or something, or wherever in the north or the south or towards the center, towards the north, you might see the sun more or something. Who knows? Okay. I'm really getting tired of this, though, these comments. But yeah, they're just going to keep coming. So Sean explains his thing, and yeah, I think I'm going to just call that good. This could go on for a while, huh? So I just don't see why they can't admit that. It's because they want something. They believe something. So good on them for believing it, but I wish I could change their mind. Open their eyes. I know who can. King of Kings can. And he's teaching. He's teaching people. Hey, P900 Cool Picks. Good to see you. Rin Tin Tin. DWG lived in Alaska and seen the sun circle us without disappearing. Cool. Must have been like, what's going on? Where's the sun go at night? It's not. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's the little one. Let's get this bigger. Should I play a video called... Oh, hold on a minute. Let me make that smaller. That's too big. I'm going to play a video, and then I'm going to bed. Going to bed. It's 4 in the morning. 3:46. Okay, let me play this video. You guys will like this. I think I named it Great Ball of Lava, I think, or something. I think that's what it's called. Let me find it. Video. It's got Elon Musk in it anyway. Something about lava. Where are you? I think it's right here. Giant ball of lava.
There's a giant ball of lava with a thin crust on the top. Thin crust. And it's mostly just a big ball of lava. That's Earth.
Giant ball of lava. Giant ball of lava. Giant ball of lava. Giant ball of lava. With a thin crust.
That's Earth.
That is real science. And if you talk about symbolism, we got the, nine-headed dragon rocket, run by Elon Musk.
Liftoff. Semper Fi, aim high. Go Falcon, go Dragon.
That's where you have to go to Effed Up World and watch his videos about all the symbolism.
If you look at these flat earth videos, they have hundreds of thousands of views, and just the thumbs up are just thousands and thousands of thumbs up. Look, I put up a video preaching against flat earth where I just mentioned it a few minutes in a sermon, 1,000 thumbs down.
Steady state operating levels at 100% thrust on 3180. Vehicle dynamic service is good. 30 seconds of mission.
Verse 3, and there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven. So Satan and his fallen beings inhabit up there in outer space. But remember, the Bible says he's the prince of the power of the air. Now, these satellites, if they're all the way up there at outer space, could the devil have a play in that one? Well, they mention about one time where they launched a thing called Dragon, which is very interesting. That name, Dragon. And Satan is right up there at the stars, and then now people are launching a thing called Dragon, and Elon Musk is launching all these satellites up there.
Splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Welcome to Space to Ground. I'm Isidro Reyna. SpaceX's Dragon splashed down on March 19th, marking the end to its 10th resupply mission. More than 5,400 pounds of cargo, science, and technology demonstration samples made it back to Earth on Dragon, with the majority bound for laboratories around the globe for analysis.
It's a beast.
So how does it feel to ride in a Dragon on top of the beast named Falcon 9?
Yeah, wow. I tell you, I don't know if there's words really to properly describe what that felt like. You talked about sitting on a dragon on top of the beast, and it definitely was. You knew you were going somewhere. And this one was a little bit longer, so we actually had to live in Dragon for quite a while.
Ride in a Dragon on top of the beast named Falcon 9.
And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. And he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon.
Sitting on a dragon on top of the beast. Yeah, wow. Sitting on a dragon on top of the beast.
It's a bottomless pit in this abyss of darkness.
I really believe in the space frontier of the abyss, so to speak.
A good abyss. A good abyss.
Or was it some technology like a Vimana or something, where they're trying to break through the dome? There's a YouTube channel called Effed Up World, which I'm kind of getting into. Guy's very religious, and he talks about the Bible where they talk about, wars in the stars and battles in the sky. And if you really look at a couple of those angles, it sure looks like there's some sort of battle going on. The symbolism with the SpaceX and NASA and the ISS, they're doing rituals up there, that match all this prophecy. I don't know what it is. I'm not saying any of that's real. I just find it fascinating.
Yeah. What are some of the easiest ways that you can prove that the Earth is flat? There are so many proofs that the Earth is flat. It's difficult to know where to start. And it's not okay to think that the Earth is a sphere. This is not a viable argument. There are proofs all around you. It is not difficult to know that the Earth is flat. In fact, people have known this for way more than 2,000 years. Go out to a lake, flat. And you could make all kinds of measurements. Then there are some other proofs that are a little more obscure, but they're actually really lovely. So people have known that the Earth is flat for thousands of years. It's not okay to say that the Earth curved. It's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is flat. Flat.
Earth is a giant ball of lava.